Can you ask when they're going to put up? Oh, here we go. Here it is.
Hungry for SVRA action? Well, the best way to enjoy classic auto racing is with a delicious classic from Mission Foods. Green flag your race-watching snacks with Mission's mouth-watering race day recipes. Try some of our tasty tacos, piled high nachos, fresh chips with guac, and more. So gear up your ride and fuel up those stomachs with delicious Mission Foods. Now that's too fast, too tasty.
Everyone, welcome once again to Sebring International Raceway. It's a beautiful day here in Central Florida as we welcome you to the 2023 Sebring SpeedTour. This kicks us off for 2023. There's a whole host of races to come over the 2023 season. I'm Jonathan Green, and alongside me, as ever, Ben Sissel. Looking forward to what should be another great day of racing. We had SVRA, we had Trans Am, and we had some great action from IGT2. But we kick off this morning, as you'd expect, with Group 6 and Group 12A. Sorry, Ben.
Yeah, no, I was going to say this car right here, we've got Elizabeth DeGaynor, who is the sister. She's in our comments section here on SpeedTour TV of that car that the number 111, or the 111. The car has been in the family for decades. First driven by our dad, who you saw there holding the umbrella. So that's really cool information. So thank you very much. Keep it coming. That's Samuel Lecomte there in that Jag. But here you go. Here, coming back here. It was based on an MGA chassis, but they've been developing this car for decades. So there's the original driver there in the umbrella that Tony's giving us shots from. And then let's see if John DeGaynor gives us a thumbs up. He gave his mechanic a thumbs up there. John DeGaynor, they've been developing that car for a long time. It's a lot of fun. It's a Group 6 GT, the 1959 Devon Evolution. Starting in front of him is Patrick Sessions, and now we're at Sam Lecomte, Concierge Motorsports, 1967. Chevrolet Camaro. Renee Tursilla, Billy Griffin's teammate there. Billy Griffin, our GT champion last year in Trans Am. That's a 2017 Ford Mustang. Then this green Mustang of John Strauss, 2013 Ford Boss 302. And Jonathan, you love these American ground pounders, don't you?
Oh, absolutely. The good old Corvettes. And that's what I love about this group, actually. You've got a nice sort of smorgasbord of the muscle cars and the odd Jaguar and the odd European car thrown in, but it's mainly good, big bore cars from America, and that's what we love.
Claire Schwindeman is actually a neonatologist from Dallas.
What is a neonatologist? That sounds like a young kid.
He's a premature baby doctor and surgeon. So that's really cool to have him out here, but I'm always concerned when he's under the car working with his hands, you know, because I'm like, don't hurt those hands. That's Paul Toombs there in the 1967 Chevrolet Camaro. And then this is Bill Glavin. Really cool car, 2020 BMW M2 CSR, air-conditioned and fully automatic transmission. So he loves driving that thing and just says it's a lot easier to drive than that. Then that's Sebastian Coppola in a 2011 Ferrari 458 Challenge.
That's a good-looking car.
And you can't get more different. Sebastian Coppola is also the head of the Formula 5000 group. So he races the Formula 5000 and also that 2011 Ferrari 458. And a lot of people think of the new iterations of Ferraris. The 458 is actually a better race car than the 488. That's Hugh Booker in that 2012 Ford Mustang. So Hugh, it's great to have you back. And then Jerry Robinson, that car right there, that Dodge Viper, was our champion last year in Group 12. So welcome. We've got a lot of champions racing in this group, and Jerry's the first one we can cover there with Jim Glass in the 65 Chevrolet Corvette Roadster. James Heck, in that 64 Chevrolet Corvette. The paint job on this car, absolutely fantastic. But my favorite car in this group, that 1968 Bizzarini Corsa. He was with us here last year.
That looks very rare.
That is so cool. Carlo Falcone. And ladies and gentlemen, I love that car, but I don't know much about the Bizzarini. So if anybody can get on Wikipedia, or if you have that information top of your head,
I'll tell you he'll know.
Tell me about that.
I'll tell you he'll know.
If you have a name like Adam
we'll stump
Andretti,
him right from the get-go.
If your name is Andretti and you don't know about a Bizzarini, you might get your card pulled.
We are welcoming into the booth our good friend Adam Andretti, who will be racing for your Delicants today, as he was yesterday. But he's back out. He's doing double duty today, as well as being in the commentary booth. But thank you, Adam. Do you know much about a Bizzarini?
I should know more than I do. I caught a few things because they're there with Kurt Voigt's group, the Cobra group there, and honestly, we almost shared a paddock this weekend, right?
Yeah.
Wally's kind of a teammate in the TA class, or the TA Historic, and we both run for Ultimate Headers Racing, and so yeah, I should know more. I do believe he worked for Ferrari, split off and did his own thing, and this was a product of him doing his own thing. But if I am wrong, I'm sure there'll be somebody out there that'll bring that to my attention.
Yeah. So come on, boy from New York, get to Googling this thing. That is Scott Borchetta, last year's champion, wearing the number 1, but this year's overall champion, Group 6 GT champion. So, but the story here that Tony Garcia is picking up on is Scott is starting back in 27.
Yeah,
I
that's
haven't
not usual,
seen
is it?
Scott start that far back in a vintage race in
Well,
years.
I'll tell you what, I'll put myself on Borchetta watch because he's going to come through, surely.
So,
while they're coming out, let's have a quick catch-up with Adam. Double duty, you're in for Masood this weekend. He's got a bad back, but racing with Chris Dyson, that's got to be fun. Matt Brabham,
Yeah,
pretty cool team.
It's an amazing opportunity. The Andrettis and the Dysons have been close together for many, many years. We love this sport and share this passion for this sport. So and opportunities have. The business of racing has gotten in the way in the past of this coming together for me to be able to be a part of CD Racing, and incredibly gracious of John Cloud and allowed me that opportunity, and Ultimate Headers Racing allowed me the opportunity to go represent all Graham and that Ford Mustang at CD Racing. So what Masood Humaid, obviously get better, get well soon. We need him back. He's great for the paddock, and loving him around, but I am certainly feeling extremely blessed to be a part of that operation and to work with that team and to be back in the TA class. It's really, really special. It's the deepest TA Trans Am has been in quite some time. It's going to be a lot of fun, and I'm excited to be up here with this group to watch this vintage racing. I'm so passionate about this sport, and that's what I love about our Speed Tour weekends is you get the history of the sport. It's sitting right in front of us, just rolling out there, this beautiful pieces of artwork and all the time that they spend on the racetrack with these cars and the mechanics and the drivers. And then you got us in the Trans Am Series making modern history all in the same weekend. And I just absolutely adore these Speed Tour weekends and what we're able to pull off here. And as this grid comes together nice and free, it's just such an eclectic group of cars, isn't it?
Yeah. Good news is for our fans watching out on the live stream, Adam's been out there already yesterday in TA2. What are conditions like out there? Everybody talking about the track, and there was some conversation yesterday about, well, they need to repave it. It's so bumpy. And I was like, let me talk to some drivers about that. You can't really pave Sebring, can you? Repave
well,
it.
I've heard anywhere that the concrete here for this airstrip to land the bombers back in the days, anywhere from 5 to 10 feet deep.
Yeah.
So just to dig up the concrete alone to put a new layer down, it's just not going to happen. Now, there are other areas of the track. After you get through turn 1, you go to turn 2, 3, and all the way until you get back to really turn 17, you're on asphalt. So there are some things that they can probably do, but there's a lot of wonderful characteristics to the track, too, that brings. And as my dad would say, it's the same for everybody.
Right.
So nobody out there has a different racetrack to drive on. We all have to fight the same battle. And, Garage 56 was doing a 24-hour test here, preparing for the Le Mans project, that Motorsport project, it's a Goodyear tire. I don't know what Goodyear's doing in that tire, but we have not been able to scrape it off this surface in 4 days of solid running with all the SVRA, Trans Am, and everything going on, and it is really wreaking havoc on us, and it's played a huge guessing game on chassis setups. We came from a test that we did here, official test, 3 weeks ago, and we had to throw all that out the window because this track wasn't even the same. Yeah, it wasn't even the same.
Wow.
So yeah, this has been probably the most challenging weekend I've ever experienced here at Sebring International Raceway, but I don't think anyone would ever say they've ever come here and not been challenged.
Do you want to do the grid?
Yeah, let's go through here real quick. Patrick Sessions starting first. John DeGainer starting second. Samuel Lecomte third. Renee Tercilla fourth. John Strauss fifth. Claire Schwendeman sixth. Paul Toombs seventh. Phil Glavin eighth. Sebastian Coppola ninth. Hugh Booker 10th. John Hammergren 11th. Jerry Robinson 12th. James Glass 13th. James Heck 14th. Carlo Falcone 15th, Rob May 16th, Mark Hannafin 17th, John Miller 18th, Stephen Shoddy 19th, Woody Smith 20th, Randall Castling, David Height, Chris Boutier, Louis Guerra, Alan Davison, Craig Hillis, Scott Borchetta, Seth Burgett, Phil Lasco, Todd Trefford starting in the back also, and Michael Mosley. Jonathan, take it away.
Yeah, like I said, we'll keep an eye on Scott Borchetta. We expect him to come through. We are 2 by 2 headed towards the green flag. It's the 2023 Speed Tour Day 2. And our first race of the day, Group 6 and Group 12A. Away we go. Adam Andretti and Ben Sissel joining me as the Corvette flies into the lead in the number 63. A good start from the pole man, Patrick Sessions.
Yeah, he got a great start. I love watching these cars because they move so much more, right? So much more suspension articulation. And off to a great start and really gapping himself already from the rest of the field is Patrick Sessions up there in that beautiful Chevrolet Corvette.
Yeah, you can see from the drone, he's got 5 or 6 car lengths already, and he's only just coming out of 3 and under the bridge in 4, down to 5 and 6, and to the Bridge Hall turn 7. How is it for breaking into here, Adam? Because it always looks like you're all anchors.
Yeah, that's probably definitely the hardest braking zone on the entire racetrack. You're taking a lot of speed off the car in a short amount of time, because that's probably obviously also the best passing opportunity as well. So you don't want to give anyone kind of a freebie by getting on it even 5 feet early, because someone's going to go dive down and get a deep break on you. And it's a very bumpy in that braking. So and it seems like as you get further offline, it gets even a little bit more bumpy. So it makes it really tricky down there. Always gives us great action down there in turn 7. Don't you think, Ben?
Well, I was watching John DeGainer. I was talking to him. We've got a great shot of him now in that car in second, 111. They work through the offseason constantly. Decades of development in this car. That's what's great about vintage racing. But he said they set up the rear end so well, and he's been so used to sliding that thing around that now it's almost doing wheelies when he's back on the gas. So he's got to figure that out. But they figured something out because he got that car to rotate at turn 7 beautifully, and we'll keep an eye on that. But that's constantly developing for 40 or 50 years. That's got to be pretty fun.
It's got to be. I mean, and that's the thing, too. Like, we also forget that, yeah, the car stayed the same, but tire technology got so much better. Suspension technology, shocks, springs, those things got so much better and so much more predictable that you're taking really. Oh, here comes Scott. Look at him. He's poking his head out there.
No, that's Claire. That's Claire Schwendeman.
I'm sorry.
Schwendeman,
so Scott's back there
from
still.
A distance. It looks so similar. So thank you for the correction there.
There's Scott.
There he is. Okay.
Yeah. And this is Renee Tercilla here, who races with Billy Griffin's group, who's our GT champion.
Right.
And then he's followed by another one there. That's John Strauss. So there's good battles, and let's explain, because we're getting a lot of comments. Group 6 is basically big bore American muscle production cars up until 1972. Group 12 is 1973 to modern cars. And of big bore, not just American muscle. So that's why you're seeing the Vipers and the Ferraris. But they pull about the same lap times, and that's why they're out there. But they do the lap times in different ways with braking zones and whatnot. So that makes for some interesting racing.
Yeah, it looks like some of these old Corvettes and such are really point and shoot cars, right? You get that thing pointed and you just take advantage of the drag strips that you have here at Sebring International Raceway. But yeah, it's really fun to watch for how eclectic it is, and it's hard to hear you guys as they go by, honestly.
Yeah, exactly. Beautiful sights and sounds, and we have been blessed over the weekend. Richard Petty, the icon of NASCAR here and supporting his grandson, I may add, putting out the family colors. I was intrigued to ask you. I wonder how that went down at the Petty household. It's like, hey, we're thinking of running your grandson in the 43. You know, I'm sure Mario would have been in the same. Is he any good?
Yeah.
He's going to represent me?
Well, I mean, the King is such a proud man and a wonderful family man, too. If you know anything about Richard Petty, his family is 100% first. That's why he never found alcohol sponsorship, even when they did the Bud Bull Award on Richard Petty's card. He promised his mother many years ago he would never do that.
That's
right?
cool.
So he's very much into family. So I'm sure it didn't get half a blink. To carry on, the Petty tradition. And Thad's a wonderful young man and a good driver. He's jumped in with both feet. This is the deep end of the pool is TA2 class. That Big Machine Vodka Spike Coolers TA2 class is the deep end of the pool. And to jump in with both feet like that, I got a lot of respect for. He's in a good group. He's going to get great guidance, and I see great things coming from Thad Moffitt. It was great to see the King yesterday. He's been a very instrumental part of our family. My brother drove for him for many years in NASCAR Cup Series, and I'm really proud to know him on an intimate basis, and it was great to see him out here yesterday supporting the Trans Am Series.
Hey, well, we're getting yelled at, guys. Nobody cares about Trans Am. We got a good Group 6 12 race going on right now, and they want us to talk about it. Scott Borchetta, I think, is up to 5th or 6th already.
Yeah, I was about to say, he's flying at the moment.
P4 they have.
P4 Borchetta. Yeah. So keep an eye on Scott. He is coming through fast.
Yeah, he's only 12 and a half seconds behind the leader of Sessions. So and he's been clicking off at least 1 car to 2 cars a lap, if not more.
Look at
what
that
a beautiful
Bizzarini.
piece of machinery that is. I mean,
Bizzarini lovely, isn't it?
Oh, I've been staring at it all weekend. Like I said, it's been across the paddock from us, and it's just one of those cars that looks fast sitting still.
Yeah.
Great pass right here down to the inside, turn 3. That is a tough spot to get a good run and a nice pass. And that was for 3rd position, or was that for 3rd?
We talk about these cars and how beautiful these cars are. And our tagline in SVRA is some people collect art, we race it. Well, Carlos Falcone in that Bizzarini Corsa is definitely doing that. That is an absolute work of art. And then he's working out there hard with Hugh Booker and Jerry Robinson, Bill Glavin following right behind, James Heck. And what an eclectic mix of cars out there.
Yeah, the Bizzarini there, I think there's not too many of them that were ever made either.
No.
So I was bringing that up to people that I had, guests that I've had up here that were up here to support me, my wonderful friends from the Keys this weekend. I was telling them, I was pointing at that car, I was like, you're looking at something that 100% should be in a museum.
Yeah.
100%. And it's out here and giving the car its life, right? That's what that car was built to do. Bizzarini, he did not build this car to want to sit in the garage for the rest of his life. So hats off to these wonderful men and women that put these things on the racetracks for our enjoyment.
Good battle here between Sam Lecomte and John Strauss. John Strauss in the Corvette, the all-green Ford Boss 320S right there. And this is going to go all the way, I think.
Now, Jerry Robinson, we had great shots of him in that Dodge Viper. He told me last night at dinner that he lost his wing. So his drive is totally different. He can't come into the brake zones at like turn 7 or turn 3. We saw him get past at turn 3. We see him.
It's crabbing.
Moving around. Yeah, you see that?
Crabbing.
It's not going straight. The alignment's out.
Yeah.
He's having a hard time. And now right in front of that Bizzarini, but now he's got no rear downforce. Let's see what happens here.
Yeah, the car was crabbing quite a bit. There's something mechanically going on in that car that's causing
That looks horrible, doesn't it?
Yeah, here we go. That's a tricky drive. Those are the kind of cars that when you go fast in those, man, and Johnny, you get in something that's really good and you find out how fast you really are. Because
that's what I've been doing wrong.
It's right. It's very difficult to drive a car like that. My hat's off. That is.
Yeah. He's going straight, but the car's also turned and leaned a little bit right. That's what he means by the crabbing there. And now he's going to have a hard time getting the brakes down here into turn 3.
Well, that's one of the more tricky braking zones. Even when your car tracks straight is turn 3, and I can't wait to see how he approaches turn 13.
Maybe his approach is that this is so bumpy that by the end of the race the car will have straightened itself out.
Yeah, you never know. Yeah, Sebring could self-fix it.
An 8-lap race to get us on our way with Group 6 and Group 12A. And as Ben has mentioned before, this is for Big Bore for pre-72 and pretty much similar for 12, and after for Group 12, 72 and onwards up to the modern era.
So we're showing Borchetta scored second, but I think he has passed Patrick Sessions in that beautiful 63 from Concierge Motorsports. We'll hope to see images of that, but unbelievable to come back from 27th position all the way up through the field cleanly is the key here. And Scott Borchetta really using this Group 6 as just racing development for his TA2. Oh, there he is. Here's going to be the battle.
Yep,
Corvette versus Corvette, but these are two different iterations of Corvette, and that split window 63 Corvette, such a beautiful piece. But there's Scott wearing that number 1. You can see hard on the brakes. You can see that his car is set up pretty soft for Sebring.
Yeah, you try to get away with as soft as possible here because of the bumps, but at the same time, for every action, there's a reaction, right? So when you set up nice and soft, it also can cause where there's areas that there's grip, and it can cause a lot of understeer, where the front end just won't turn. You turn the wheel, and you put the input that you want into the wheel to get you to the apex, and it just doesn't get you to the apex, and you have to put more in. Well, anytime you have to guide that more wheel, then it's scrubbing speed and taking speed off the car. So yeah, it's definitely a tricky balance here at Sebring International Raceway.
And I got to give it up for my friend there, Michael Mosley, in a beautiful, maybe the most beautiful Mercury Cougar. He was too polite. We were just about to get a great camera shot of him, and he saw Scott coming in his mirrors, and like he should, he got way over, and we didn't get to see him. So, Mosley, you got to fight for your camera time, man. But there he is. There's the leader Sessions in that split-window Corvette, the only year of the split-window Corvettes.
And again, another piece of history that you would normally find in a museum or somebody's garage that they polish with a diaper 6 times a day, and here it is on the racetrack collecting rubber and putting it on the limit. And I can't say it enough. I have so much respect for that because in our family, that's the way we looked at things, right? These cars have souls, and I mean he's ripping on it. He's not laying anything out there on the ground. He's not letting the grass grow under his feet. This is not. Just playing around out there. They are getting it. I mean, nailing every apex, hitting their marks. Great driving by Patrick Sessions.
And there's a little bit of a rivalry between Concierge Motorsports and Borchetta's racing team. They both fix and prepare Corvettes, and Samuel Lecomte and everybody there, Edward Savajan, good friends with Scott Borchetta, and sometimes the rivalries with friends is thicker than the rivalry with enemies.
It's always thicker. Because you'll actually speak to your friends.
Yeah, they'll call you and razz you about winning, right?
Well, the gap was 6 seconds, but last time out, Borchetta did a 2:14, so he's on a 3-second pace quicker than the leader Sessions. So it's only a matter of time now before Scott Borchetta, who's come all the way from the back, having not qualified as well as I don't know why he didn't qualify as well. He may have not had time because
he didn't qualify. He stayed out of the car so he could focus on TA2.
Gotcha. There you go.
He didn't want to mess his head around TA for his TA2 race. And also, he said he was staying out of the car until the race time. So that was his decision, and he's put on a good show for us because of it.
Oh, look at the gap now. They're coming around turn 1. You can see where that Goodyear tire wear is still there. And then here is Paul Toombs in the car that I kind of know as Shannon Ivy's car, but that car is set up
what a cool car.
The way a Trans Am car would have been set up back in the day. He's got some marks on the side there. I hope that's not from this weekend.
What a cool, just the way the fender flares are on that car and the width of the tire, and the way that the rear end is actuating moving through it. Beautiful, beautiful livery on it as well. Simple with the Hawk brake package and just the number 7s on it. I've got a soft spot in my heart for the number 7. That's the first number my dad and my Uncle Mario raced under with the Hudson Hornet back in the day. Since we're on the SVRA, speak a little racing history.
Yeah, and the Hudson Hornet, what a cool car that was.
Oh, it was. There's some really special stories at some point I love sharing about that Hornet if you guys are ever interested in hearing.
There's Zerini in traffic at the moment.
With a Ferrari.
With a Ferrari behind
him.
You can't make this stuff up. You can't write even that script. I'm sure Bizzarini would have never even wrote that script that if, 50 years or more later, that the car that he designed to put on a racetrack would be in front of his old boss's modern car.
Yeah. In scripting it, you've got Sebastian Coppola and Falcone racing both Italian cars. It's like perfect.
It's almost like it was meant to be.
Yeah.
So time's running out now in our 8-lap race, but Borchetta looks as though he's eyeing in on another win in Group 6.
Yeah, I'm guessing since the gap at the line was 2.3, I'm guessing we're right on the tail, and this is a good battle here, too. Really deep in the brakes there. Whoa, look at that Corvette. Hang tight with a modern Ferrari on the brakes. That just, like you said, to your previous point there, Ben, that all that development, you know, they never stopped developing because they've kept racing the car throughout its history. So it's really, and then it comes right back. It's really neat stuff.
So I've got Boy from New York saying, I bumped noses with Uncle Mario at Mossport in the 70s. How cool is that?
That's cool. There's a few that could say that. Now look at this, side-by-side racing between the Bizzarini and the modern-day Ferrari. Excellent stuff here at SVRA.
I sure hope those wonderful photographers that are around here at Sebring International Raceway are catching this one on film, because those are some special pictures.
Love
right there. And I'm glad we're catching on video here for you folks at home and for all us watching in. This is, like I said, nowhere else in the world can you find that. You're just not gonna. But here at SVRA, Speed Tour weekends,
we were looking at people where they were tuning in from yesterday. We had people from Croatia, Sri Lanka, Jamaica. It was good fun. Now Borchetta hits the front. There he is. Finally gets over past Sessions and now leads this race into 7th.
And look at Sessions moving. When they get hard on the binders like that into Bridge Hall Bennett turn 7, they go back and forth sometimes 3 or 4 feet just trying to find the brake pressure, because it's different on each side. These are actual hydraulic. They're not assisted, and they are hot.
Yeah, that's one thing about here at Sebring. Another thing, on top of the abuse that we talked about that's so common with the bumps and everything like that, the brakes. Oh, my goodness, the brakes take abuse here in a big way.
Look at this. So lap traffic could be a thing here. 3 Corvettes in one shot. Corvettes kind of made their name here at Sebring.
This is a great show, great battle right here. I believe that Scott might have got that lead getting into turn 17, given that he had 4/10 coming to the line last time around. So I bet that was a really fun pass there getting into 17 for Scott. And look at another shot coming down the back straightaway here.
Sessions using those back markers, the traffic as best he can to stay with Borchetta in the closing stages of this one. But a good start to the day, and it's going to be a beautiful day of racing. The temperature is perfect, and so too the weather in the future. No rain expected, and these cars can do what they do best. Here we go.
He's staying protected. Oh, no, he got around lap traffic. That was a great way to catch him, because if you catch lap traffic into 17, you don't have too many options, and you know, you can kind of be careful, because people are really focused when they get into 17. It's such a risky corner, right, that they don't let their guard down even a little bit because of the consequences.
Well, Scott Borchetta wins again. This is, I thought, honestly, at the beginning of this race, I thought this might be a Group 6 race, but we don't say that. But
how many is it? 20? He's up with, is he up to 30 yet?
And there he comes around. Big Machine Vodka Spike Coolers, turn 1 to 3 complex, getting to wave to his wife, Sandy, who I think has maybe more fun at these races than even he does.
Oh, somebody just pulled off there, but he's okay.
And that's so important. You know, it's so important to have the support, you know, that the people that you care about the most give you that support. I'm blessed to have that with Tabitha, my wife, and
well, she brought a sister last year.
Yeah. We try to bring family. I mean, we've always had it in our family that it's an open invite to our races. So of course, you want as much support as you can. It only helps your cause. It only helps what you're trying to go out there and do, and that's win races. Great job, Scott Borchetta. What a great job. Great race, great drive. You know, that might be something to look at in the future. Let's invert these fields.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I keep saying that we need to make it back row Joe Nemechek in vintage racing and see what he can do.
See what happens.
Yeah.
But, yeah, this is good stuff all the way around. Like Jonathan said, the weather has been absolutely superb all weekend long. It's warm. It's unseasonably warm for Florida in
it's better
February.
than Hollywood right now.
Huh?
It's better than Hollywood right now. Where it's snowing.
Yeah, better than the Palm Desert, 58 degrees. So, yeah, we'll definitely take it. We're not complaining. But here's our results.
Yep, Scott Borchetta with the win over Patrick Sessions, who led for most of the race. Klaas Wenderman in 3rd position. Gainer Lecomte Strauss to Silla in 7th position, and then Jerry Robertson 8th, Craig Hillis in 9th, and Bill Glavin rounding out the top 10. Group 6 and Group 12A, that's their feature race 2 for the second day here at Sebring, so they've had one run already, and some good highlights. An interesting race, just 8 laps, but had plenty going on with Scott Borchetta not qualifying the car. I said right at the beginning it was going to be interesting to see him come through, and it was. Let's take a look at the highlights. There's Patrick Sessions right in the middle of your picture in the Corvette, bouncing his way across the curbs and actually extending that lead to, 5 or 6 seconds within the first few laps. Nobody could touch him. But bit by bit, Borchetta was coming through and just carving his way through. Great way to start your day for Scott Borchetta. I'm sure he'll be in action again later today. But the number one was unstoppable, as it always is. He was some 3 seconds quicker than the leader. Sessions tried to stay with him during the run through the traffic, but at the end it was all Borchetta, and he did beat Sessions by about 1.5 seconds, but a good victory for Scott Borchetta. He wins again in Group 6. We'll take a short break here from Sebring. My thanks to Adam and Ben. As always, we'll be right back with more action from the Speed Tour after this.
There is less than 1/100th of an inch of motor oil protecting your car's engine. Friction and heat causes engine oil to experience thermal breakdown, weakening its ability to protect the engine and its parts. Lucas Heavy Duty Oil Stabilizer is specially formulated to resist thermal breakdown, protect vital engine parts, and extend the life of your engine. It also stops smoking, knocking, and oil consumption in worn engines. Lucas Heavy Duty Oil Stabilizer. Keep that engine alive.
Hungry for SVRA action? Well, the best way to enjoy classic auto racing is with a delicious classic from Mission Foods. Green flag your race-watching snacks with Mission's mouth-watering race day recipes. Try some of our tasty tacos, piled high nachos, fresh chips with guac, and more. So gear up your ride and fuel up those stomachs with delicious Mission Foods. Now that's too fast, too tasty.
Welcome back, everyone, as we continue our 2023 Sebring SpeedTour. It's a beautiful day here, high above the hotel at turn 7. That's our Bridge Hall turn. And as you can see, pre-grid, Antonio Garcia. That's how we say his name. Tony Garcia is working it hard in pit lane pre-race for our Group 8 and Group 12B. We've got Adam Andretti and Ben Sisson, as always. And Ben, first and foremost, why don't you tell us what we've got in front of us here pre-grid?
Well, we just got a thumbs up there from Ron Pauly, who was our Group 12 champion, was inducted last night. We had our banquet last night, so we're going to announce some champions in this. So congratulations, Ron Pauly, who actually is a Toyota Scion Lexus dealer from Arkansas. So it's fitting that he's running a Lexus. Then we've got Joseph Hish here, 1970 9146. Beautiful car. And then this is a Caterham based on the Lotus 7. You can see the Schmegma there on the tires, full cage. One of the lightest. I almost consider those things open wheel cars, those Lotus 7s. I mean, he could reach out and touch the ground if he wanted to. And they were just basically built for autocross. Like, how light could Colin Chapman make a car with some power?
Reminds me of like USAC cars, like a USAC.
Wait, Tony, don't leave. We're not leaving until we get a thumbs up from Don Meyer. Come on, Don. We're not leaving. I'm not going to let you leave. You'll stay in front of her until we get a thumbs up. Come on, Don. Where's that thumbs up? Acknowledge the camera. Come on, Don. You got this. Acknowledge us.
There it is.
Yes. Don Myers, one of my favorite drivers.
To be fair, Tony did get into the car with him. He was like, God, this is extra ballast. I got to get him out of here.
See, Tony, I love it. Yeah, and that Dawn, if you know Dawn, she doesn't like that kind of camera time. So I'm sure I'll hear about that. But she would be the one that I'd be like our holdout.
Man,
for
you
that.
love pushing people's buttons.
So she knows now that the thumbs up will get the camera away. So
Yeah.
she's going to give it real early.
But I got a story about Dawn. She has her 2 sons here racing with us in Group 5. Her brother was just in Group 6 with us, and he's our Group 6 champion. Her dad is our Group 4 champion from last night.
Wow.
Bill Trefford in a Corvette. But they have to race in different groups or they're going to hit each other off the track.
Well, you remember what we said about family?
Yeah,
It's a wonderful family sport, but again, I love having family that are support me. It's really hard when you have to run against them.
Yeah.
So fantastic deal to have the best of both worlds. Beautiful BMW.
Bebo, yeah.
We got some great B sedans here, and Peter Brock was just hanging out around the paddock this weekend. I saw him at drivers' meeting, got a little starstruck, and he's loving these
Hey, if
B
you ever
sedans.
see one of these classic BMWs just on the side somewhere at an SVRA event and no one wants it, let me know, because I love that car.
Oh,
Yeah,
they're
great.
so spectacular. Those CSLs are just, they're historically some of the most beautiful cars ever hit the racetrack. And successful, too, not to mention.
Yeah.
That's Larry Lunda there in a 1970 Porsche 914. But this group here, these next 2 cars, Skip Bryant pulled me aside last night at the banquet. He's in an E30 BMW, lives in the Villages here in Florida. And he goes, hey, you got to introduce me to Joe Nemechek. And he looked a little bit mad. And I was like, why, what's going on? And he goes, well, I was racing with him all racing. The guy can do anything in a Miata. And I'm like, that's not Joe Nemechek. Joe Nemechek would never drive a Miata. No. Front row Joe Nemechek was out there destroying in a Miata yesterday.
Right. Yeah.
And had the time of his life.
Yep.
And everybody said they couldn't believe what front row Joe could do in a Miata. And I would have bet $100 Joe Nemechek would have never been in a Miata.
Yeah, I'm guessing in his whole career there would have been no reason for him.
You know, that's what you love about Joe. He's full of surprises.
So wait a minute, he drove a Toyota Tundra and a Miata yesterday.
Yeah.
There's a little contrast there.
Yeah,
but,
I like it.
You know, I've told people in any given weekend, you could have Formula One on the same track as the Miata, and the Miata's probably going to be full track. They're incredible amount of quarter speed. And that's what makes them so much fun. Like, you really don't slow them down much. You just kind of hunk them in the corner and let it rip. But, you know, Joe is one of the best characters you'll ever care to meet. He's so much fun to be around. He's been a favorite of mine. I've known him since I was a teenage boy, and John was in NASCAR, and they were in there together. And always a class act, always tons of speed. And just a wonderful, wonderful man.
Well,
just
just
a great
to put
conversation.
just to put a footnote on the modern day Miatas. Don't forget, you race against Connor Zilic, who's just 16, but he cut his teeth, won a brilliant championship last year in a Miata. So That's a lot of, like Tyler Casera came from that route too. So there's a lot of youngsters coming into racing here in Trans Am and muscle car racing and big ball racing that have come through that.
MX5 Cup is no joke. It is incredibly competitive, and on top of that, it's a momentum car. So it teaches you how to keep speed in the car without, so when you get to something with high horsepower, you're carrying more momentum than someone that's only been in bigger horsepower stuff that only gets time to shoot. So, there's huge advantages to it. I've seen it with the kids that we race against and that. But yeah, there's no point. And I mean, same thing with like these little Porsches here. The little 914s. Those things are super, super nimble. You brought up the Ariel Atom, and these cars are that's what they're built to do. Just be these lightweight, nimble machines. Not to beat anyone down the straightaway, but to beat them everywhere else. So, like Ben's point earlier, find your lap time where you can.
So Ben Myers, Don Myers' son, who's racing with us this weekend with his brother, the only two Myers that are allowed in the same group. He says, got to keep us separate, Ben, or we'll be running into each other, and with a smiley face emoji, which I think is pretty funny. So let's go through the grid, a great grid here. Group 8, 12B. This is same thing. Group 8 is up to 1972, and Group 12B is 73 or newer. So we've got Ernie Wilding in first in a 95 BMW M3 Group 12. Scott Leader in a 1970 Porsche 9146, but that's a Group 12 because he's got some improvements in there. Ron Pauly is a Group 12 2004 Lexus. Joseph Hish is our first Group 8 1970 Porsche 9146. John Coyle is in a Group 12 2007 Caterham. Don Myers, one of my favorite racers, Group 8 1969 Porsche 911. Randall Castling, Group 12. Denny Hightower is in 8th in a Group 12 car. Then we have a lot of B sedans here. Tom Benjamin, 9th. John Bibbo, 10th. David Nicholas, 11th. Dan McChesney in a Group 8 GT 911 RS, and Larry Lunda in that 914. Skip Bryan in that E30 Group 12 car. Joe Nemechek didn't make the grid here. Gregory Safarian in a 1982 Alfa Romeo GT V6, a really cool car. Joe Lyles in a 1970 2002. Scott Birkland, longtime racer. I think he took home 2 trophies yesterday in the Enduro. Scott Birkland, 1969 Porsche 911. And Vito Bigioni, you're going to have to teach me how to say that name, in a 1976 Ferrari 308 GT4.
I'd say Bigioni or Bigioni.
How would an Andretti say it?
Bigioni.
There you go.
Yeah, Vito.
There you go. All right, we're about to go racing. Group 8 and Group 12, Adam Andretti and Ben Sissel, as we get ready for the start. Watch for Ernie Wilding in that BMW in those classic colors at the front of this field. But he's taking on the mighty 9146 of Scott Leader, and here they come. As you can see, the Porsche on the left in the all orange, the famous grille of the BMW coming at you here at Sebring. Good start from the 61 of Joseph Hish. He goes to the outside in the 914, the other one. In fact, he's got a better start than Scott and should get around into second place as the BMW, well, it's tight. Who's going to take it into 3?
I tell you, that's the best part about Sebring right there. I mean, when they drop the green, it's no matter what class of racing, it's 6 wide.
Yeah,
it's just everyone just spreads out and tries to get to that turn 1 first and foremost. This was great side by side action. It was like the grid; it was all the way together up till turn 3. Amazing racing here in this group.
Well, already Ernie Wilding starting to pull away at the front as they head down to the Bridge Hall Bennett corner for the first time. Headlights on the BMW.
That'll be good in the brakes. You see the platform didn't even change. It just stayed steady, pulls the whole car down. That's some of that BMW ultimate driving magic right there.
Yep. Bavarian brilliance, as they call it.
I love watching the cars rotate through turn 7, and they all have a different approach. And I was out there putting up brake markers the other day. I was surprised by how much grip is there. It's real grippy, and it's right at the turn-in point. It's not the asphalt leading up. All of a sudden you get into a new patch that there just seems to be so much more adhesion.
No, you're absolutely right, Ben, and it's part of it's the amount of rubber that we put down because it's such a hard braking zone, and the tire has to work so hard to slow the car down. And also you get a lot of lockup down there, so it lays a lot more rubber down with people doing that. And you know, to reiterate for those that didn't tune into the last group, you know, Garage 56 was here doing a 24-hour test with Goodyear, and you can see all the rubber that's still on the track, and it was caked into it's still caked into the curbing. It's really wild stuff. It's gonna make me tune in extra close to Le Mans and see with extra interest on what that kind of produced out of there. Because
they won't run at 12 hours, will they?
What's that?
They won't run at Sebring.
No, they will not.
It's just really
just the Le Mans project.
Yeah.
Just
But you know how good a shape Jordan Taylor's in.
Yeah.
I follow him on Facebook, and he, as he's leaving, he took a picture and said, "Wow, 12-hour Sebring or 24-hour Sebring is no joke."
Right.
It wore him out.
Yeah, it will. It will. This place, it'll beat you up, and you can imagine having to go around it for that kind of duration. Look at this little 914 cruising through. I tell you, turn 17 was built for that car. You know, it stays steady. You know, no roll. It doesn't have to slow down a whole lot. And you can see as they get in the straightaway, the BMW is going to pull a little bit. But, again, it's all about where you're going to find your lap time. And Leader is getting the most out of that 914.
Good little 914 tussle here between second and third. Scott Leader and Joseph Hish going at it.
Yeah, Joseph Hish also holding a pretty wheel back there as well as little 914 group. Little gang up on the BMW there in the lead there. Gang up on Ernie.
Then comes Ron Pauly. This is a good battle also for fifth. Dawn Myers, John Coyle, Tom Benjamin, and David Nichols just behind. Nicholas, excuse me.
Look at all the different patches. We were talking that Wayne from the track says that there's 18 different surfaces here at Sebring as they come into the Bridge Hole Bend at turn 7. And you'll see a couple here. What are we seeing here that's coming out of the bottom of this 914? It looks like maybe an exhaust leak or something. I can't tell. There's something coming out of that.
That was the first that you had spotted that or pointed that out, the first to see it. So that's IS, isn't it? Those are great cars. Those are so much fun. That is one of the best cars I believe Lexus has ever built. I would say that up until their latest SC is a very good car, but that IS 300 was always an absolute favorite of mine. It was a car that you literally couldn't break, and we tried, and you couldn't break that thing. And the SC 500, their latest, the 5-liter V8, I think is one of the best driving cars on the road, period, all around. So. And then speaking of best driving cars on the road, a 911 will always be in that category. I love my 911.
Good to see a Caterham out there too in the yellow and blue.
Yeah, that Caterham is so cool. I love
the
livery.
Caterham.
Yeah.
Oh.
What do you say?
Well, see, I learned something new every day. You know, tomato.
He says Caterham now.
Yeah, I do now.
What would you say?
Caterham.
No, that's something to do with your eye. That's a bad eye.
But I am from the south of America.
Okay,
I'm from the south of America.
Well, Caterham is English, my friend.
Caterham, man.
Caterham.
They're from Norfolk, where I grew up, where I hailed from.
And see, I'd say Norfolk.
And he comes where they change the oil.
Yeah.
They got 4 tires.
Okay.
And now Dawn Myers peeking out. Back with that Lotus. She's got the power, but he's got a little bit more nimbleness, I think.
That's exactly right, and those a Porsche of that era is a lot like throwing. It's a lot like throwing a dart backwards.
Yeah,
you know, all the weight is, and they did a really good job of controlling it, but they didn't know what they know now and the geometry that they have and the control they have. But yeah, this is a heck of a battle between these two. I love the back and forth here, and I tell you, these are the battles that you sit down and you talk about for not only days after, but literally years after. You'll be speaking of these battles, and I can just say that from experience because I've had those. Like people I raced against years ago. Remember that? Remember when we were going around and side by side through 17 and 1 at Sebring for like 4 laps in a row? You just don't forget them, especially when they're good, clean races like that. So good on you.
Yeah, I know exactly what you mean. I've been to many a race course around the world, and people's memories of a particular tussle they had. It always cracks me up how people remember stuff like that. Just saw the GTV going through in rather unsimilar or unfamiliar colours for the Alfa Romeo. You don't usually see them in the dark colours like that. It's usually a bright red. There it is. Just coming through shop. And behind him is the other BMW.
Kahuna Dave, Hawaii Dave.
Those are so cool.
That is his Camel GT champion car that his mechanic Kevin Richards found in a barn.
Oh, my word.
And they restored it, they just brought it back to life as he would have raced it in Lime Rock back in the 70s. And he's been our Group 1 champion in Honey Bee Racing, which is Honey Beer Racing, in Group 1, and now he's moved to that Group 8 car, and expect him to be running for the Group 8 championship this year. But he's got a long history in that car. One of the Bark boys came to Sebring out of high school in the 50s. This is one of my favorite BMWs.
I was just about to bring that up. I hate to be biased, and I know that's not necessarily my role up here, but that car right there with the modern M logos around the rondelle on the hood, whew, oh boy, I tell you, that's catching my eye in all the right ways.
Yeah,
that's Joe Lyles. And ladies and gentlemen, tell us your favorite cars here in the comments. So that we're not the only ones that get canceled up here in the booth, you know. But now with SVRA, we're not political. You could just say whatever you want to say up here, and tell us who your favorite cars are. I haven't seen a shot of Skip Bryant, but I had an E30 myself and just thought that was a really fun, well-balanced car.
They were phenomenal. I'd say E30 and E36 are some of my favorite BMWs to drive, balance of, and I've never had the pleasure to drive some of these older ones. These 2002s are really cool cars too. I tell you, those are the cars that I always loved BMWs, but that was something that made me really look more into their history. And I remember seeing one parked out on the curb at downtown Indianapolis once, and I'm looking at this old car, and it had aerodynamic flaps on the windshield wipers. And I'm like, they were so ahead of their time to keep the windshield wipers planted, because these cars were built for the Autobahn, right? They were doing over 100 miles an hour even back then on these highways in the rain. And to me, that German engineering, that attention to detail just slapped me in the face.
I was in a 2002 318 the other day, and they had the automatic start for the key, and I was like, they have that back then? They were like, oh, BMW were first with it. So
right.
You threw your key, just like you do with a modern car now, into the thing and hit the start button. But that
last
was BMW.
to put in cup holders, though. They refused to put in cup holders.
That's because
we got a guy from WeatherTech that could help.
A car should be for driving. You shouldn't be drinking in your car, but they'll
now a big ashtray.
They'll put 12 ashtrays in a car.
Yeah.
But because you should have your cigarette while you're driving, but you shouldn't be drinking. And I tell you, some of the first cup holders that came out of like a Porsche and a BMW were absolutely hysterical. You hit a button and they fold out of the dash, and they wouldn't hold one of those old Dixie cups.
They were tiny. So we've got a good race here. Wilding leading by just over 4 seconds over leader. Scott Leader in second place. And that's how he started off. He's in that 1979 1-4. Then Hish also in a similar car just behind him. And then Paulie in the Lexus that, quite rightly, Adam was saying is a cracking car to look at. Ron Paulie in fourth position at the moment. We're also keeping an eye on Coyle, Myers, Benjamin, Nicholas, and Bebo, and then McChesney in the top 10 as well.
So here's what we've got so far. The 2002s, the GTV6, the Caterham, and the 9146. That seems to be everybody's favorites. Where's my 911 fans?
There's two GTVs out there. One that's more Italian painted like this one, and the other one's in all black.
That's such a cool car too, you know. And understanding aero shapes back then too, and how to make more straight line speed. That's what that car was really all about. So that's what's so fun about these vintage weekends, is you get to see how everyone took different ways to skin the cat. You know, they wanted to see what they could do and find different ways to get there. And I just love it. It's like walking through a history book. And,
absolutely.
And you're able to do it in person.
You're getting roasted, Adam. Damage 98 says saying that driving a 70s 911 race car is like throwing a dart backwards might be a tad exaggerated. I still like it, though.
Well, I mean, that's the best way I think I can describe like where the weight is and what it wants to do to you. You have to be ahead of it.
I wouldn't call that roasting. For the internet, that's exceedingly polite and exaggerated.
Yes.
Wow, yes. Adam, you got away with that.
Nice
I
job,
appreciate
Damage.
it. No, I appreciate it. But no, I understand it is a bit exaggerated, but I think it paints a good picture on really the challenge of driving the older style Porsches is.
And look at that right there. This is a great lineup of cars coming into Big Machine Vodka's Spike Coolers Turn 1, 914, a 911, and an E30.
That's a lot of German engineering all in one little spit there.
Yep.
Still no cup holders in those cars.
No. Well, you might have a drink bottle holder. As a driver, you like to, these hot days in South Florida, you like to, South Central Florida, you like to have a good drink bottle in there. I know that from experience.
Look at these two 2002s coming into our Bridge Hall Bennett turn 7 around Hoosier Tires turn 6. Here's that group of 3 cars. Skip Bryan in the back in that E30 just trying to get on the brakes. And are you trying to get into somebody's mirrors hoping they might make a little bit of a mistake?
Yeah, I mean, you get into 7 and you'll definitely play around in that back mirror just to make them think. And if you can make them think, like I said, it only takes 5 to 10 feet of them pulling the trigger early, and you go maybe 5 to 10 feet deeper than you usually would, and taking that apex away at the corner. Because once the corner's yours, we call it a stop pass, if you will, a park pass. And it's really get to the apex, hold them up, hold their momentum up, and then shoot your momentum out. So turn 7 is a great example of a place to do that here at Sebring International Raceway for sure.
Hey, Damage98 says, didn't Andretti just read my chat? Swoon. So there you go. And now everybody's coming back to your defense, too. They liked your description.
Birkeland just going through shot there, currently in 14th position.
I appreciate the sport, and yeah, I read more comments than just that. I just and if they're like that, I love them. It's the stuff that we have to be careful of on the internet when people want to get real harsh on you. That you gotta kind of step back from. But
having worked with both of you two for a couple of years now, I think you should start your own live stream show because you're so ready to take on the world.
Yeah. Well, as somebody that I don't consider myself a commentator, but I do love to yell at the TV when the commentators don't know something.
Right.
So now this is their chance to do that with me because I don't know anything. So feel free. Have at it, man.
We're getting a lot of clips on the 2002s as well, which is cool. That's like I said, I think a lot of people fell in love with BMW with that kind of a car.
I mean, following your story, I was the same. Like back when growing up in England, the touring cars, the BMWs, and then following it on to Macau with Schnitzer BMW, and back in the heydays, and then following Andy Priaulx. I fell in love with BMW in that period from the late 70s all the way through the 90s.
Yeah,
just loved watching them race.
Well, let's get back to this because we got lap 6 of 7. Ernie Wilding in first, Scott Leader second in Group 12. Then our first in Group 8 is Joseph Hish. Ron Pauly is third, and it's rare to see Ron Pauly third in his group. John Coyle fourth in Group 12, but Don Meyer second right now in Group 8. Don Meyer, congratulations. Keep it up. Make that podium. Followed by Tom Benjamin in that B sedan Alfa Romeo. You were talking about that green B sedan. I love that car.
Here's your leader.
Yeah, he's had a very comfortable day up there, and he has, and holding a pretty wheel in that beautiful BMW, and I'm sure he's just really enjoying his time, enjoying this last lap, making sure he's taking it all in. Who knows when you get back to Sebring again. It might not be till next year, or maybe they'll do more events this year. Who knows? But in this moment, this is when you really kind of soak it in. You enjoy it. You enjoy what you're experiencing out there. You're in rare air. When you get to strap on a 6-point harness and tighten the belts down over your shoulders and have that helmet on your head, there's not a lot of people in the world that get to do that. And so you want to take that time to soak that in, be grateful, and I'm sure that's what's going on inside that BMW right now as it comes to that checker flag.
Yep, Wilding out of the sunset corner.
This should be the white flag.
Oh, is this a white flag? Sorry, excuse me.
Yep,
Excuse
white
me, the white flag.
One more lap to go. He's got the 914 just behind him, hasn't popped out. There he is in the all orange. That's how they started, and it's going to finish that way. This the final lap then. Lights blazing on the Bavarian Bullet.
This is also the lap that you hear all the noises that you've never heard before.
Yeah.
And all the things that'll run through your head, and you try to keep those out of your head as well. So that and here's some more pavement changes. You talk about the pavement changes.
We should just kind of make this a thing. Like this might be the era of cup holders in BMW. This 1995 BMW M3. That'd be about the time they started getting cup holders. Right? Once they started selling to the American market, they needed those 32-ounce cup holder.
Got to get the bladder buster cup holder.
Maybe we got the right guy. We could have a WeatherTech, prize.
Right.
Cup holder prize given by the MD.
I'm telling you, I am proud to say I have an 09 X6, and it fits my big, hefty water bottles in it just fine. Now, that is an American-built BMW, so that's probably why it has the big cup holders, and I think it's got like 6 of them.
Hey, BMW coming back into sports car racing big time.
Yes, they
I'm
are.
looking forward to seeing them.
Yes,
I saw pictures of the car, and it looks just like a doozy.
I really love the lines of those 9146s, and kind of like
They're
we were
so
talking
cool.
about yesterday, Porsche wasn't really thinking anything about the Caymans, and they turned out to be great race cars. And I
Right.
think that's kind of like Porsche, Volkswagens. We'll make these 914s, and then somebody's like, well, let's make it a race car. And for a while, they were beating up on the 911s.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's the most Porsche you could look at.
Right, absolutely. Yeah, that and the 944s, those are.
Yeah. Okay,
those-
that's the other one.
Those were the two, right? Those were the two.
Yeah, they stand out.
And they carry great reputations. I personally enjoy them both equally. I think they're fun cars to drive, and and personally, my personal favorite Porsche besides the 911 is the 928. I think the 928s were so cool.
Sure.
So I do have an expert here. McGirth Brooks says the E36 was the first cup holder and had a perfect fit for just a can of soda.
Here you go.
It just couldn't hold it physically.
Yeah.
If it was
Yeah.
full, it would collapse under its own weight. No, that's a really good insight there, because that's probably the way they looked at the American market. Okay, they're just going to have a can of soda in there, and they just made sure that they got that to fit.
The Germans don't do that. They got to fly
Wait,
down.
here
the
we
hall.
go. Here comes checkered
Here we
flag.
go. Checkered flag then. Ernie Wilding takes the win in his BMW M3 from 1995. Flashes the headlights, and behind him, as the whole race has been that way, Scott Leader in the 9146, the orange and black. But that's a win for Wilding. Leader in second. Hish taking third in the other 9146 from 1970. And then Paulie, Coyle, Myers, and Benjamin. Well, at least we found something out today. That's good.
Yeah.
Well done, boys.
Yeah,
I
that was
learned how to
fun.
say a word. Caterham, right?
Caterham.
Cater.
All right.
Yeah.
Don't say it like it hurts your mouth to
And
say
you
it.
learn how to say Bignoni.
Yeah, I'll never be able to say that.
Bignoni.
Vito Bignoni. Yeah. Think the G is silent. But yeah, thank you guys so much for having me up here for the
Go for
SVRA
it.
for
We'll
these
see
two
you in TA,
races.
yeah?
I really appreciate it, and it's always a treat to be up here with Greenlight TV with you guys in the booth, and with SVRA, these Speed Tour weekends. I hope if we're in your neighborhood near you that you come out and see us and meet us in person, because we'd love to see you, and keep tuning in, because you entertain Ben very thoroughly with these comments, and myself and Jonathan Green as well. But thank you all so much. I really
We want to
appreciate
see
it.
an Andretti Brabham battle this afternoon, so get at it.
We're going to go get at it. Thank you, guys.
See you, man.
See you, bye.
Thanks, man. Yeah, we've got another SVRA racing. Well, thanks to Adam Andretti, he'll be in action, as we said, in the TA race later today. And he is replacing who made Masood, who is out with an injured back at the moment and couldn't make the flight. And so, therefore, he's dropping into the other, or the third, Dyson car. You've got the 16, the 21, and the 20. And, of course, Chris Dyson will be out there defending his title as he does, and hoping to start his season off on a high.
But here comes the battle for the checker flag. I look at this. Ryan Ness getting the win.
Keeping your pride and joy perfect is as easy as 1, 2, 3. Start with Slick Mist Speed Wax. Simply mist on and wipe off for professional detail or shine. For your tires and trim, there's Lucas Slick Mist Tire and Trim Shine. Spray on and wipe off for better than new look. Then finish her with Lucas Slick Mist Interior Detailer. Just spray and wipe. Easy. Use Lucas Slick Mist Car Care products and she'll never look better. Fast, easy, and professional. Really, it's sort of like having an extra set of hands. Or 3.
Okay, so pretend this is your car, and say you have an accident. Ouch. At least your insurance will pay for another one. Right? Well, maybe not so much. If you have a standard policy, they get to decide what your car was worth, which could mean trouble. I mean, who wants 3/4 of a car? At Hagerty, we agree on a value up front and then pay that amount, guaranteed. That's because we want you to end up with a whole car. Hagerty, let's drive together.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Speed Tour 2023, kicking it off here at the iconic Sebring circuit, which has been open since 1950. It was used as an air base for many years, and it continues to be an airport, in fact, for some of the jets and planes. But mainly, Sebring is known for this, motor racing, as we look down on a beautifully prepared Lotus, and we get ready for our next group race. Joining me once again, Ben Sissel, as we look at Group 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5B. And before we go anywhere, why don't you just explain to those uninitiated what those groups consist of?
Hold for thumbs up. Come on, Travis. Oh,
there we go. We got it.
Yeah. But I think he was talking to Tom, our grid guy. There's Ashley, our PR person back there. But this is Travis Engen, maybe the most vintage racing winner of the last 10 years in vintage racing. So much fun to have him here. This you asked a question. This is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5B altogether. Small bore production cars with one Formula 4. But we're looking right here at our Group 4 champion.
Look at that.
Don Meyer's dad, who was in the other race.
But that's a 60 Corvette.
Yeah. Beautiful.
Gracious. Lovely.
And Corvettes. Come on. There we go. We got a thumbs up from Bill Treffert. A little easier than from his daughter, Dawn. But, you know, the Corvette, long history here, and this is kind of the era a little bit after that John Fitch SS Corvette that's so famous. Then there's John Nash.
Talking about regulars.
Champion.
You talk about Engen being a regular.
Yeah.
I see Nash in every race I go to with that good British flag on the helmet. Good man.
Yeah. And then there is Duke Waldrop. Duke Waldrop, the only Group 2, also the only one of 2 people ever to have raced at Daytona in a car, a motorcycle, and a boat.
Wow.
Duke Waldrop right
He's got
there.
Lady Luck with him. He's got the Texas flag, and he's got a British flag.
And there's his wife, Faye. You get a shot of his wife, Faye. She was our amateur mechanic of the year back in, I think, 2019.
Oh, look
then
out. You're going to get googly-eyed on me, because here's your bug eye.
Scott, there's Faye. Hey, Faye.
Ah, she's pointing to the back.
See,
Thanks.
there we go.
Faye Gray, Faye Gary. Yep, there they all are.
Love that. And then Scott Frazier there is our number 79. Is in our he is our Group 1 champion. Then this number 18 there, that's Tom Brown, 1963 Triumph Spitfire with Group 3.
I went to all of his school days.
There's Todd Cruz. Todd Cruz and Scott Frazier's mechanic, Mitch Bressler, was our professional mechanic of the year last night. So congratulations, Mitch Bressler, MSA Classics. Andy McLean, we miss you here. Rick Frazier, Scott Frazier's dad there in this Group 1 MG Midget, another one of Mitch Bressler's cars. Look at that. We're getting the okay from him.
Oh, I like that.
Yeah, see, the drivers are starting to get the memo. Acknowledge the camera, and the camera will get off of you, right? Look at all those switches.
Tony's going to get in on shot now because he wants the mirror shot and the driver.
Yeah.
It's Mr. Garcia at his work, doing his finest.
Alan Schammer here in a...
You know why Garcia's enjoying this so much? He's usually doing bulls.
Or professional wrestling.
Yeah.
Yeah, and those bite too. So that's Alan Schammer in a 1999 Mazda MX-5 Miata. And then, so let us explain. Group 1, 2, 3. Actually, Group 1, 3, 4 are kind of what we consider small bore. Actually, 1 and 3 are small bore production cars. 4 are kind of like specialty built race cars that are production cars, but they didn't make a big run of race cars.
Right.
Group 5 is kind of production cars, but also more for race cars. And then Group 2 is Formula Fords, and Duke Waldrop's one of our favorite drivers. He wants to come to Sebring. We're going to find a place for him. All of these drivers are pretty familiar with him. We do not like to mix open-wheel cars and sedans, but with Duke Waldrop and his history and this long knowledge of these drivers and cars, they know, to kind of where he's at and how to stay away from him. And there's John Nash, and what's in between an open-wheel car and not an open-wheel car in that Lotus 7. That is our Group 3 Lotus 7.
That looks
John
so much
Nash.
fun.
Lotus Super 7. I know how to say Lotus. I just don't know how to say Caterham.
Caterham. Yeah, you get
Caterham.
that. Caterham. You got to drop the H's.
Like I would say Kettering, and you'd say Kettering.
Yeah. See, you Americans add A's to lots of things. We don't have an abundance of A's in England, so Caterham. So you drop. You you make ham with 4 A's.
Uh-huh.
Caterham.
Yeah.
Buckingham.
Yes.
See?
And
So
we just saw
drop
Chris,
we only have the one. A's are very expensive in England.
Chris D'Amico, our Group 5 champion, pushing John Nash off the grid. So how's that for camaraderie?
Like it?
Look at this. Look at how big that Corvette looks against that Lotus. And then it makes a Honda Civic look huge.
To be honest, it is good to see these European cars because there's a great history here of how these cars came not only to be here in America, but how they came to race here. Because it is part of the history of motor racing in America that these small bore cars were, in the day, competitive, surprisingly so, against the big muscle cars, because just because they were so nimble. And I know as a British MG fan yourself, you know all about this because they are a great car to drive, these small bore engines, and they are so nimble around the corners here at Sebring. No big straights. They are competitive here.
Now, I got to give a shout out here, and Tim Adolfson, Vintage Racer, is out there, and he says if that red Formula car rolls over, the driver might get hurt. We need to enforce the top of the helmet clearance to the roll cage, and looking at it, there are some great cars in here, yes, but we need to look at that. Okay. I just saw it coming down the straightaway, and Duke Waldrop, who's been racing that car with us a long time, we do need to look at that. So we're going to show this to Rob.
Talking about the pole car, yeah?
Yeah, that is something that we do look at, and it's great that Tim brought that up. Is we have an inch clearance that the helmet has to be under the roll cage. So hopefully Faye and his crew has cinched him in there, and you can see his helmet just under the roll bar.
Yeah,
but we should be able to see. We should be able to see all of the roll bar there, like we do in the first car with Travis Engen.
I see. So this is the car in question.
Yeah, this 6.2.
Yep.
Yeah, they're right. So Tim, good eye there, and we're gonna show that to Duke and Faye and see if we need to change that, or maybe he needs to just sit lower in his seat. We'll see what's going on there. But I love the sharp eyes out there on in YouTube land. But let's go through the grid here. Travis Engen, Group 5, 1962 Lotus 23B. Bill Treffert, 1960 Chevrolet Corvette Group 4. John Nash, Group 3 Lotus Super 7. Duke Waldrop, Titan X, 1973 Group 2. Scott Frazier, Group 1, 1958. Austin Healey, we call it a Bug Eye Sprite. You call it a Frog Eye Sprite.
Bug Eye's good.
Tom Brown, 1963 Triumph Spitfire. And speaking of being at Hendricks Air Force Base, Spitfire, great airplane from England. This was a Air Force base for the B-17 bomber. Todd Cruz, 1959 Austin Healey Sprite. Rick Frazier, 72 MG Midget. I just got canceled for that. MG Little People. Alan Schammer, 1999 Mazda MX-5 Miata. Gary Meredith in a 66 Corvair Yanko, but I didn't see that Yanko out there, unfortunately. Russell Jones, an Alfa Romeo GTV. So not too many cars in this group, but a huge variety. And I can't wait to see the difference between this Lotus 23B and Bill Treffert in that 60 Corvette. Because if Bill catches that green flag right, he should take Travis going into turn 3.
Yep, should be a good start. I tell you what, perfect conditions as we've had all weekend long, and we've had some great action from SVRA and Trans Am over the weekend. More Trans Am coming up, and hopefully the lights on, the Honda will go out, and they do. So we are racing in a moment. The grid will form up down the back of the Almond Straight, and the heat haze showing you just how hot it is down here in Florida. But you need that heat. How do you think you get your orange juice in the morning? We are surrounded by groves, aren't we?
Yeah. And if the wind hits right, it smells like oranges here, which I really like.
Yeah.
Marky Mark has joined us, and he laughed at my little MG joke. So okay, welcome.
Good. Yep.
All right. What's your favorite? Lights are out. What's your favorite here, Jonathan?
I've got to see that 24, to be honest. That Corvette is really, really nice. It's such a beautiful car. And the fact that it's a 1960, really early days of Corvette. Wonderful.
To me, that's a British-looking American car.
Right. Yeah. Almost a Corvette reaction to the British invasion.
Yeah, it looks like an Austin Healey.
Yep. I'm with you there. Here we go then. Group 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5B underway. Travis Engen looking for a good start here up against the Corvette of Bill Treffert. And they're side by side as they head into the left-hander. Quick look to the right by Treffert, and realizes that the quite smaller Lotus 23B, the lightweight Lotus from Colin Chapman, dives into the lead. As through goes the 77 of Alan Schomer in that Mazda MX-5 Miata from 1999.
Bill Treffert there in second place, followed by, it looks like, John Nash, Scott Frazier, Duke Waldrip on the left side there. Todd Cruz right behind Duke Waldrip, and then there is that Triumph Spitfire and Rick Frazier and Schomer. What a crazy group of cars. Travis Engen coming through Hoosier Tire, turn 6. Jonathan, that shot there, you can really see all the different iterations of pavement at Sebring.
Yeah, no kidding. It's a multi-service place, and yes, a lot of bumps too. So these little small design, not as perhaps good as the modern day design of the Miata that's out there, but they seem to ride them well. John Nash firing it away in the number 7 and looking rather good in that Lotus Super 7 there from 1961. So we've got a nice smorgasbord of cars that go, what, to 99 and all the way back to 1960.
Now, the real battle that I'm interested in is that Lotus 7 there, John Nash, that Group 3 with Bill Treffert. Bill Treffert has had a lot of great battles here with our 356s. So, two totally different designations of design here. And then look at the smile on that Bug-Eye Sprite, racing with his friend Duke Waldrip back there. Duke and Scott Frazier, they race quite a bit and are at events quite a bit together. Everybody loves the Fraziers, so this should be a pretty good battle that we don't often get to see Group 2 and Group 1 cars going at it.
No, that's true. Good point. We've got like little pockets of battles all the way through from the drone. You really get to see it too. So we've got the leader pulling away, then you've got a battle for 2nd and 3rd, and a battle for 3rd and 4th. Or 4th and 5th, excuse me.
And look at Bishop Bend there. You can really see the line that we've carved out in the asphalt. You can see that with where the sun is and the light reflects off the pavement. But here it is. This is where Bill Treffert should have the advantage on John Nash in that Lotus. You see Travis Engen there in the red car with the Red Bull helmet, followed by Bill Treffert, John Nash, and then Scott Frazier and Duke side by side.
Yeah, they are. He's going to get past him, I think, on the inside. But that's been a good battle throughout this first lap. Nash coming through Sunset, bouncing away. So already pulling away a good, strong lead, Travis Engen. What about a juxtaposition of cars that he drives too? This tiny car he's out there in the moment, and then of course he drives that big Audi R8.
Yeah, he's got an Indy Lights Red Bull car with us in Group 9. He's got a Formula B that he races with us in Group 2. He just loves racing.
Well, that's one thing I've learned about SVRA. They do love what they do, and they're here pounding around on a Friday morning, if not a Thursday night, to get going and get ready for the weekend. And they absolutely adore it.
There you see John Nash. Now, John Nash through the twisty bits is going to catch up to that Corvette. That Corvette with that rear end as it is, that's going to be tough to drive through those parts. Now he's on the gas here through Hoosier Tire turn 6, coming into the braking zone, and watch how much later that Lotus can brake than that Corvette.
Yeah, that's a good battle between Treffert and Nash, and I think that's going to continue because Engen is gone. He's already 5.6 seconds up the road. Turning in nicely, the 18 of Tom Brown. I love that colour scheme. He's currently in 6th place. Down the Fangio straight, or kink, to the back of the circuit.
You know, I got to tell a funny story about Sebring. So when I started the social media channels for SVRA, I started advertising a lot to Forza and Gran Turismo players. And I got a lot of comments when I would show videos from Sebring of, I had no idea this was a real place. And if you win in Forza at Sebring, you win some of the cars that we're racing here today, like that Blue Boss 302. And it was funny, Road America, Road Atlanta, and Sebring, I'd always get comments that the video game players had no idea they were places in real life. They just sound so made up, so generic Road Atlanta, Road America, Sebring, Florida. But no, these are real places.
Sense.
They've
that
been here
makes sense.
forever.
I do get that when you're playing a video game.
We've made motorsports fans out of video game players by just showing them this is real life.
Yep.
Either that or we have very good graphics.
Well, I think it's a bit of both, to be fair. Well, and of course, simulations. By the way, Simcraft here this weekend. Don't forget, if you are here at Sebring International Raceway, the real deal, you can go down and see what Simcraft's latest motion sims are all about. They've got 2 set up there. I hadn't had to go myself because it's been too busy. They're getting fastest laps as we go on, but these guys are some of the best in the business, and they deal with professionals at the highest level. We're talking, guys who are serious about the ultimate because their movement.
Yeah.
So in other words, you're doing the yaw and the jaw, and you're really in the simulator. You're not just watching a screen.
I am a terrible simulator driver. I need to work on that. Look at this. This is Rick Frazier in the 007, 1972 MG Midget. And then there's Schaummer back there, Alan Schaummer in an NB 1999 Mazda MX-5 Miata. And ladies and gentlemen, remember we learned the difference between an NA and an NB through our comments. So if you have any expertise on these cars, feel free to give us some great insight. And Mr. Girth Brooks, who was helping us out last time, if you get on the iRacing side of things, you can actually meet some of the pro drivers too. Exactly right.
Well, I can give you an insight. My grandmother had an MG Midget, and she loved it because she could get to the shops in no time. Trouble is, there was no room for all the shopping.
Yeah.
Once she got there.
Yeah, the groceries. Yeah, the groceries are tough. Yeah, some of those Austin Healey Bug-Eye Sprites or Frog-Eye Sprites had no, what do you call them, bonnet lids?
Bonnet, that nice.
Yeah.
No lid involved, just bonnet.
No trunks, but look at the lines of this Corvette. That's such a beautiful car. Bill Treffert's been racing that for a long time. If you get on our social media channels, you'll see him in slow motion through Canada Corner, coming through the trees. But man, that thing puts out a musical note that is unbelievable.
Nash still third, still tracing Treffert. You can see the gap between them. And from above and high above it, you can see as they head down to the last complex of the track, the gap between them, and then also where Waldrop is just behind in 5th place. So the field spreading out. There's Brown just coming through shot there in that single-seater in 6th, followed by Cruz, Fraser, and Schumacher.
You can really see the groove worn in there at Bishop's Bend. And it's really cool. All right, so John Nash behind him again. He's going to try to duck into the draft, but there's Frazier. Why is Frazier all the way over driver's right? Al, I think he's got a problem. He's looking for a place to pull in with that airplane in the background. What a great shot that is.
That is pretty cool.
But Frazier, our champion.
It's way offline, that's for sure. So.
Car's still got a smile on it, but here comes Todd Cruz. That's going to put a big smile on Todd Cruz's car. And Bill
So
Treffert.
the battle's still on for 2nd and 3rd as they cross the line again. 4 laps of the 7 completed. Corvette bouncing his way to turn 1. Meanwhile, Engen's some 20 seconds up the road.
I love these cars where you can see into the cockpit, seeing the driver's input. There's Travis Engen coming through Hoosier Tire turn 6, coming up on Bennett Bridgehall, turn 7. Look at how low. I don't see how they fit an engine in that profile of that car. With the bodywork the way it is, it's unbelievable to see how they cram the engine in there.
It's a very good point, yeah.
And Doc Bundy races a Lotus 23 with us quite a bit, and he's got a little mister that sprays a mist onto the front brakes on a steering wheel, a button that sprays a mist. And then he's got his pedals are set up from left to right. It is clutch, brake, gas, so that he can do all kinds of heel toe. But look at this. Yeah, it's amazing. The engineering Colin Chapman had, he just was like, everything with him was how to make more out of less, and how to, what does he say? Create lightness. What's the phrase?
Lightness out of dark?
Adding lightness. No, it was adding lightness to the cars.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I mean,
Surely I'm getting yelled at
That was
over
always
here.
the sort of complaint of, certainly at a Formula One level, of Colin's cars, was that he made them so lightweight that they started to get worried. But that was his game. And by the way, he was, you talk about Adrian Newey these days. He was the Adrian Newey of his time in many ways, at that level anyway, because he sought out places on a car that either took up too much space or were able to become more lightweight. We've seen it, from every iteration, from every marque and manufacturer that goes racing. If you can keep the power, but lighten it up, you're going to go faster.
All right, here's what we got. We got Mr. Forbang say, please, please, please make a channel that has no talking during the race. I can't watch anymore. So I'm going to give you a chance here, Mr. Forbang. We're going to go quiet here for a little bit. See what you guys think of that, and just give you what you want. We're all about the fans here, so we're going to go quiet for a little bit. Let us hear the audio noise. And then looking at the comments, we're getting a lot of boos from the no noise. So, and people are saying if you don't like it, you can mute it. Oh, there's Todd Cruz with a little bit of rear end damage.
Yeah,
that happened in
plus
practice.
My producer was freaking out, going, "What's happened technically? What's happened?"
But he had that happen. He backed into the wall at 16. But there's Mitch Bressler, our Pro Mechanic of the Year, fixing that and working on it. They got the brake lights to work, and he and 007 are out there, and it looks like Scott Frazier is out of the race, which is very, very rare for Scott Frazier. But look at the lines of that car. I love the MGs.
On a serious note, we will bring you commentary throughout the year, but you can always watch it at your leisure, I may add. It's on YouTube. It's going to be there forever. You can mute it if you like and enjoy what you love. So do it your way. We're not going to dictate how you watch it. You just enjoy it however way you want.
Yeah, and actually, some of the races that we post on our YouTube, I do
the
commentary, and sometimes I just do the engine noise.
Yeah, a lot of the highlights we put out are just sounds of the cars. So
we're all motorsports enthusiasts too.
Yeah, we are. Look, we're trying to get a conversation going. We want you guys to give us feedback. That's what the whole point is.
Yeah.
We're loving these beautiful cars. Some of them have history, some of them don't as much, and so therefore we like to keep it lighthearted. But as Ben sets the pace, he is, as he describes it, kind of the camp counselor for SVRA, and they know him all, and he's got great stories about who's involved. And it's about the people as well as the cars.
Instigator, camp counselor. And this is my favorite group. I am an MG person. I have a 1959 MGA. I've had MG midgets. I've had TR4s.
Which is ironic because you live in Nashville, so you must come to a stoplight and they all look down at you.
Yeah, and rarely do I pull up to a stoplight where somebody doesn't pull up next to me and say, "Man, what kind of car is that?"
Yeah.
And then when you say MG, you just get a blank stare right back. What? And then they think it's a kit car. And I'm like, no, these were actually very prominent cars. This is, we had a great shot there, the number 7, Todd Cruz from Dothan, Alabama. I'm sure he gets the same comments that I do. Really fast driver out there. And look at this. Here's that Triumph Spitfire coming up against Duke Waldrop. What a great name. I've known Duke for about 10 years, but how he's not in old Western movies, I'll never know.
No kidding. How do you get on at the drive-thru? That must be tough.
Yeah. You got to reach way up, or an ATM, drive-through ATM.
Yeah.
You can't reach the buttons.
No kidding.
And Duke is doing the great thing. I'm watching Duke's running. He's kind of giving a line that says, hey, if you can pass me, I'm going to let you pass me safely. But I'm also going to, hold my line and make sure that you know I'm there. And that's all that we're asking for from Duke. And it's so great to have Duke and Faye back with us racing. I think Duke's son is here with them this weekend. And they took a hiatus there for about a season. And you really notice that when somebody's at every race, or just about every race, you really notice when they leave for a little bit. So great to have them back with us. So they come into Big Machine Vodka Spike Coolers turn 2, 3 complex. Now they're coming up to Hoosier Tire turn 6. And I love all the campers that come out, and it's growing every year. So happy that Sebring opened up Green Park for us. This event is a lot more family-friendly, we'll call it, than the 12 Hours of Sebring or Super Sebring. But back to that battle here, lap 6 to 7. John Nash and
he's reeled him in, hasn't he?
Bill Treffert, yeah. Oh, and there's our leader, Travis Engen.
Well, he's got a huge gap, and his lead is massive as he comes out of Sunset towards the white flag to have one more lap and one more run at it. There is the white flag for Travis Engen. But we're really watching that battle now between Treffert and Nash. It's getting closer with 1 lap to go.
Give it up for JR and the team at GMT. They just prepare such great cars. I can't even think in my recent memory a time that car didn't make it to the checkered flag under its own power. And keeping a Lotus 23 like that running, that's difficult.
Okay, Corvette versus Bill Treffert in the Lotus 7. John Nash just behind him, but Nash not as close as I thought he was going to be coming into this last lap. It's been a good run by the 24.
But Bill's swaying. Those brakes are hurting right there coming through Mission Foods turn 17.
A nice wide line, too. Look at Nash. He's on it. Looked like he was on rails as they pass our commentary position. They take the white flag now, and the Corvette sounds absolutely resplendent.
You know what I should do for our YouTube commenters? I should just set up an audio recording device
just put a GoPro out
and then we can just make a podcast out of these great sounds, because you could buy albums of Sebring 1974 or 1969.
Yeah.
And so maybe we need to start doing that.
Talking of buying albums, you could also buy albums from our 2-time Grammy winner sitting next to me, Ben Sissel.
Yeah, a lifetime ago. Lotus 23 is a much unbeatable back in the 1960s, says Irwin. And still today,
Yep.
They just, there wasn't a lot that could keep up with them, unless it was like a possibly Road America in the class. But anytime you get to like a twisty bits, man, Sebring and Road America kind of have the longest straight sections. But you go to Road Atlanta, you go to a Mid-Ohio, or especially Lime Rock, that had to be just unbeatable.
Yes, exactly. That would be the perfect track, Lime Rock, wouldn't it? Very short. Engen, Treffert, and Nash, that's been your top 3. And here comes your leader coming out of the heat haze for the final time down the Ullman straight towards Sunset here at Sebring, the classic circuit that has been running races since the 1950s. And delighted to bring you a little touch of history. Some of the original cars that would run back in the day. 60s, 70s, 80s. And of course, Trans Am began its 57-year career here at Trans Am in March 1966.
Here we go.
And there's the checkered flag then. Engen does it in style. And he really did just dominate that one. Good battle, though, between Treffert and Nash. Nash kept him honest, but in the end, I think it's going to go to the Corvette.
You know, it's cool for me because I kind of grown up in vintage racing. That right there is one of my heroes, Travis Engen.
Yes.
You know, and so I love it. I have a big smile on my face. I am a Travis Engen fan.
Yeah, Travis, no spring chicken. Should we put it that way?
I don't know. I don't know what that means.
Well, it means he's not the youngest of our drivers.
Well, if you're racing at any age, you're always 15.
Yeah, that's true. So there's that battle, second and third, and the Corvette under braking now for the final corner. Is going to hold on. That 1960 Corvette. Absolutely glorious. I'd love to take a closer look at that. John Nash, though, taking it all the way to the end and getting as close as he could right at the end. Wow, good finish, John.
Woo! See, I love it. I'm fans of these guys. That's what's so weird is, you know, been in vintage racing now so long and friends with all the drivers and fans, and we've all had dinner or lunches together. So look at this, side by side, just giving each other thumbs up. What a great race. And that, ladies and gentlemen, that 5 seconds you just saw there is what vintage racing is all about.
Yes. Well, thanks, Ben. And that concludes our coverage of the early days of SVRA in day 2. But don't forget, Coming up, we have our TA race, the big race of the day. Yesterday was TA2. Today is TA, XGT, SGT, and GT racing. So watch out for that. We've got one of the biggest fields we've ever had in TA, and it's their championship opener as well. Brabham versus Andretti, as we've set it up, but don't forget Chris Dyson defending his title. My thanks to Ben Sissel. I'm Jonathan Green. We're going to take a short lunch break. We'll be back with the big one for TA Trans Am coming up.
That bush is really coming along. Hi, Carla. What are you up to? Oh, I just spent the whole morning having a little battery-powered fun. I can see that. This thing is powerful. Hey, honey. I was just gushing about our new favorite toy.
Let me tell you, the battery life on this thing, you wouldn't believe it. Sometimes we need a little extra push to get there. Sometimes, hey, I let it do all the work for me.
And it has so many different settings. All right, Joel. Ready to go again?
You should join us sometime.
I've got to get me one of those.
Hungry for SVRA action? Well, the best way to enjoy classic auto racing is with a delicious classic from Mission Foods. Green flag your race-watching snacks with Mission's mouth-watering race day recipes. Try some of our tasty tacos, piled high nachos, fresh chips with guac, and more. So gear up your ride and fuel up those stomachs with delicious Mission Foods. Now that's too fast, too tasty.
If your tooling isn't quite ready, and you need parts, and you need more parts than just a few, or if your run is just not that big, look to the experts in low-volume production, Three-Dimensional Services. Whether it's 10, 100, or 1,000 parts, we can meet your needs. And if it's 10,000, we can do that too. Three-Dimensional Services delivers high-quality parts for short runs, 70% faster than industry standards. Three-Dimensional Services. Prototype, production, proven.
You've got a business to run, big and heavy products to ship, and customers who need them now. When you've got the right driver and the right equipment, you can bet on a spectacular result. Bennett understands complex logistics and puts the best team, the most time, and the latest technology into every customer relationship. So you can sit back, relax, and enjoy the race. Let us handle the rest.
Together, we can move anything.
Hawk Performance packs 100 years.
SpeedTour and Trans Am, the first of the year at the home of where Trans Am began in 1966, Sebring International Raceway in Florida. I'm Jonathan Green. Alongside me today, Joe Stevens. Looking forward to this. Joe, of course, running one of the teams in Trans Am, but loves his TA action. And I guess, Joe, the first question is, last year we saw an absolute exhibition by one man, Chris Dyson, and I got a feeling he's planning to do it again. But we've probably got one of the deepest field we've had in a long time in TA, so can anyone stop him?
Well, it's going to be really tough for Dyson, but it always is. Winning these championships never comes easy. He's going to start third today, so he's got some competition in front of him, that's for sure.
It's going to be interesting this year because Chris Dyson once again goes in as favourite, and he's even brought in the likes of Andretti. Adam Andretti, of course, who's familiar in Trans Am, has already been racing in TA2, and Matthew Brabham, who is the ultimate ringer. Whenever he's got it, a Dyson car, he seems to win in it. But the one question mark hangs over whether people like Justin Marks, who took the pole here this weekend, can actually change things up. Paul Menard is back, Boris Said is here. These are all guys who love winning.
Incredible drivers and incredible engineering from the guys behind the scenes. In TA, there's a lot that you can do, a very flexible rule book, so it's going to come down to a lot of different factors today, but ultimately, racing is what it is, and that is a really tough competitive sport, and honestly, I think Justin Marks is going to be tough to beat.
Well, you might recognize the name Justin Marks because, of course, he is the team owner of the famous NASCAR, although very new team, Trackhouse Racing. So talk about having a target on your back. Yes, he runs a couple of great drivers in NASCAR who I'm sure will be watching, but now he's got to walk the walk and talk the talk. Has he done it? Heck yeah, he's done it. He's taken pole position for the first race of the year here at Sebring, and we spoke to him with our own Ben Sissel. First of all, though, we'll take a short break, and we'll be right back with all the action and that word from our pole man.
Hawk Performance packs 100 years of friction dynamics into every product. Backed by Carlisle Brake and Friction, the world's premier innovator of industrial brake and friction components, Hawk leverages R&D tools and motorsports experience to deliver uncompromising performance on the street. There's no reason to settle for less. Choose pads that are race-proven and street legal. Find the Hawk Performance brake dealer near you at hawkperformance.com.
Trans Am with standing starts right here on this front straight. Standing start today would be crazy. All right, ladies and gentlemen, here we are. If I could get Justin Marks to come up to his car, because I want to point out something really cool. Let's hear it, ladies and gentlemen, Justin Marks in the Sebring SpeedTour, our Motul Pole Award winner. You can see that right here. A brand new car, Justin. I know you haven't gotten, here, stand by your car if you will. I know you haven't gotten too much time to test, but tell us about this TA car and what you're doing today.
Well, racing one of the coolest cars, I think, in the history of racing, honestly. The power-to-weight ratio, you heard Boris talk about it, power-to-weight ratio and these things, there's just not a race car on earth like it. I mean, we got almost 900 horsepower. These things weigh something like 600 or 800 pounds less than a NASCAR Cup car. So lots of grip, lots of aero, and it's a lot of hard work driving these things, especially you get late in these races when it's so hot and humid. All the tires, all the grips burned off the tires, so it requires a lot of restraint and a lot of racecraft to get it to the end. So I'm excited. I love Sebring. I've run the 12 hours here six or seven times, and hopefully can get my first win today at this awesome racetrack.
So your real job is trackhouse racing, and I love Daniel Suarez, but I got to say probably the coolest thing I've seen in motorsports and my whole life was Ross Chastain there. So this is kind of like your fun vacation, but also you're a race car driver and you want to test yourself.
Yeah, I tell people I've never actually truly met a retired race car driver. I mean, even though I quit running full time about 4 or 5 years ago, I still have to get out here because the reason I'm doing all this and got into forming Trackhouse just because I love race cars and I love driving race cars. So if I get a chance to do it, those guys are battling snow and stuff out in California. So if I can come to South Florida and race this cool car, I'll do it. But yeah, I like to drive, and it gives me. I can communicate with my two drivers, Daniel and Ross, better if I'm in the seat. I feel what they're feeling. I understand what they're going through. It just makes me a more effective team owner. So excited to be here at Showtime Motorsports and this Riley chassis. Hopefully keep it in the front all day.
Nice. And do your drivers text you with some tips every once in a while?
No. They say good luck. They're all doing their competition meeting out in Fontana right now. So I think the YouTube feed will be up inside the hauler there and they'll be watching it. So I gotta do good for them. They'll be watching.
So it's nice and warm here, isn't it?
Yeah, it's nice and warm here, and hopefully we can win this thing, and I can send them a text message and say it's your turn now.
Nice, yep. I love it. Justin Marks right here in the front, and talking about retired race car drivers that just can't seem to retire. Paul Menard up here in this beautiful Weaver Concepts, and you can see here this is a fast car, 2 poles last year. And Paul, we talked about last year. You came and ran here at Sebring last year and actually had a little bit of a mechanical that you had to come back from on the pace lap. Do you feel like this is a little bit of a redemption from that?
Yeah, a little bit. I mean, last year was the first time I've ever been to Sebring. Obviously, as a kid growing up in the racing world, it's always been on the bucket list. And got to actually experience the track last year. It's as advertised. It's badass. It's bumpy. It's a cool racetrack. And yeah, I drove Ken's car last year, and we were really fast. Just had a gremlin at the start of the race, and finished the race, for the most part, with really good pace. And Pancho gave me a call about a month or two ago. And
ladies and gentlemen, his old teammate Boris Ed's coming up, smacking him in the face.
Like 21 years ago, when he was a little kid, he came before he was a NASCAR star, and before he won the Brickyard, and before he won Road American NASCAR, kicked all those boys' butts. He came to our team when I won the Trans Am Championship, and he was just a little kid trying to learn to race Trans Am. So 21 years later, now we're in the same cars. It's kind of funny.
Now, you're getting smacked around by Boris Ed on the fan walk. You going to smack him around during the race?
If I see him.
Let him try. If I catch him, it's coming.
If I catch him, it's coming. I love it. Paul Menard, Boris Ed, thank you guys so much. And that is the show. Another non-retired, retired race car. I love it. Chris Dyson right here. I don't know if Chris Dyson is around, our 2-time champion. Here he comes. He's zipping up, ladies and gentlemen. We got to talk to the champ. Beautiful new Jim Weed, the purple Altwell. You can see this right here. No jitters, no crash. Jim Weed, he's coming up, zipping up. Chris Dyson has a ton of victories here at Sebring in the 12-hour. He's grabbing some Jim Weed. Matt Brabham, feel free to come over here too, buddy. All right, Chris Dyson, right in front of your car. Do you want to be right in front of that? However you want to do it. You're back. Now, Chris, I was talking to Joe Stevens about this. This is the most excited I've been for a TA race since I've been with Trans Am. The field is absolutely stacked. We've got some new chassis. Are you a little nervous?
No, Ben, I'm excited like you are. I mean, look at this grid. Look at this. I mean, we've got probably at least 10 race winners here, 5 champions. This is what we go to the racing for, is to go up against the best. And you look down this field, there's some great teams and cars. Obviously, we're thrilled to have 3 cars on the grid this weekend. We got 2 Jim Weed cars and 1 All-Gram car. I think we're going to be very competitive today. I think it's going to be a great show. We got our work cut out for us, but that's why we go racing.
Now, we're talking about the history of Trans Am here, but bring Matty Brabham in because we're in the shadow of some Brabham history. And introduce everybody to Matt Brabham and then explain, and I'll have Matt explain that.
Well, Matty, I don't think needs much introduction. I think he's got the highest winning percentage in Trans Am history, at least so far.
Yeah.
And he's done a great job. We're just thrilled to have him in the stable this year, and I think we're going to go out and try to work together and get a great result for the team.
Nice. Matt, explain that.
Yeah, I mean, obviously a lot of history here at Sebring, but also with Chris as well. I mean, he's had a lot of success here, and to be a part of the team at a place like this, in cars like this, in the Jim Weed cars, is just so much fun. I mean, this is one of my most favorite racetracks. It has so much character, and when you have this much horsepower and this much grip, it just doesn't get any better. It's a great day. It's perfect. Can't wait.
All right, now where can we get some Jim Weed?
Retails nationally. You can find out more about it on jimweed.com, and you can follow us on the social, on Twitter and on Instagram at Drink Jimweed.
Nice. I love it. Chris Dyson, Matt Brabham. Unbelievable, ladies and gentlemen. And, okay, ladies and gentlemen, we have to close the grid here in about 30 seconds. So if you can make your way over to that little bridge walking thing. We're going to try to talk actually to Tommy Dreesy, if that's okay, because I don't know if this mic will reach down to Tommy Dreesy. Tommy, you're in a brand new car. I mean brand spanking new. It's the GT001, right? Yep. 3GT001?
Yes, sir. It's like accumulation of, 38 years, 40 years of a team that's been building Trans Am cars. So it's number 38, but they're calling it 001. So I guess I'm the first James Bond. So no. But anyway, hey, all the fans out there, the Lucas family, thank you for your support. The 3GT family, thank you so much. And, we got our work cut out for us. We're back in 20th for a penalty. So, one car at a time, and see if I can come up and have some fun with these bad boys up here.
Nice. I love it. Tommy Dreesy.
And one bad girl over there, right there.
Nice. I love it. Tommy Dreesy, starting from the back. Adam Andretti. When I spoke to you just a couple days ago, you were racing in TA2, and then somehow somebody's like, hey, you want to drive one of these cool cars too?
Yeah, I didn't even let Chris finish the sentence when he was offering it. It was an immediate yes. I mean, I was very blessed that John Cloud, my owner in TA2 and Ultimate Headers Racing, was open to this, to drive this all-Grand Ford Mustang for CD Racing, because I am so proud to be part of this and to be teammates with two-time champ Chris Dyson, this absolute amazing talent of Matthew Brabham, and you get to see all that and be surrounded by that. It only ups your game. So excited to get this 100 miles going, and I think it's going to be, this is the deepest we've had a TA field in a long, long time. So this is going to be some exciting racing.
Love it. I love it. Adam Andretti. And let me point something else out if you're paying attention. We've got the big three back here at Sebring in the Trans Am Series presented by Pirelli. I'm in front of Keith Grant's beautiful Chevy Camaro. Then we've got a Ford Mustang. And then we've got a Mustang and a Challenger and a Camaro. How cool is that? Some big American muscle here. About to start some great music. I wish I could go further back in the field, but that's as far as this microphone will go. So, ladies and gentlemen, we need everybody over the fence. Keith Grant, you ready for this race?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I'm looking forward to it today.
Now, people that are rooting for Keith Grant, tell us what car you're in.
I'm in car 40 in 5th place right now.
Nice. And 5th place in this stacked field, that's got to feel pretty good.
Yeah, it does. For my second start, I feel really good about that, so I'm enjoying it.
Nice. And I love that Volunteers hat, buddy. Keith Grant right there, starting 5th, new to the TA Series. His father's been racing in the TA Series for quite a while. But unbelievable. Now, ladies and gentlemen, look at this. Even in testing and everything, you can see here we've had, maybe some little kisses out there from Justin Marks. He says he doesn't know where he came from. So we'll see what he was doing. So we don't know if that's car or wall, but talking to Jeremy right now, this is where it starts to get kind of heat on high. These cars are hot, and we're about to get going here at the Sebring SpeedTour. Much better weather than it is in where Justin Mark's friends are right now. So welcome. And ladies and gentlemen, we are about to start our invocation with my friend Marvin Gray, who goes up and down the paddock praying for our drivers and our crew, keeping me grounded. So we really appreciate that. So if you could bow your heads, take off your hats. Marvin Gray, deliver the invocation, please.
Lord, we thank you for the opportunity to be here today in the beauty of your sunshine. We thank you that we're back racing again, folks. Lord, we pray your blessing on the drivers, the crew, all of the officials and the workers, everyone who's a part of putting this on. And we thank you for all our fans that came out today. Bless you. And Lord, we do ask right now that you would bring healing to those who were injured yesterday. And Lord, I pray that you would be in our world and in the wars, in the disasters, bring healing to those who were hurt. In your name we pray, Jesus. Amen.
Thank you. Amen. Marvin Gray, thank you so much. And ladies and gentlemen, I've heard all about her, Erin Senna, known as Raggedy Ann, to deliver the national anthem. Right here with the flag in the background. Do you want to hold the mics or do you want me to?
I'd like to hold my own mic, baby. Thank you. Oh, thank you. Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the rapids we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare the bombs bursting in air, hey, through the night, that flag was still lit. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave. Thank you.
Wow. Erin Senna, ladies and gentlemen, Erin, absolutely beautiful. Thank you so much. I'm going to need to take a breath, Jonathan and Joe. You guys take it over and announce this unbelievable grid in the TA XGT SGT GT class. Yeah, I think it's these.
So a beautiful setup here from Ben Sissel and the team as a wonderful rendition of the national anthem gets us underway. Let's take a look at a grid for the first race of the year, and it is Trackhouse's Justin Marks on pole position, and alongside him another TA hero, Paul Menard, alongside. Chris Dyson, the champion, Matt Brabham, his teammate, on row 2. Keith Grant, newcomer but fast. Adam Andretti, not a newcomer but just as fast. Boris said, a champion years ago and still as fast as ever. David Bintarek in the 57, looking to go well. Again, Amy Ruman, two-time champion, Matthew Butson alongside her on row 5. Probably the deepest field we've had. Ken Thwaites, a huge team in Showtime this year, says this is last year. And another great, Wally Dollenbach, coming back for more. He is on row 6. Then Danny Lowry, Lee Saunders, the Florida favorite, Tyler Hoffman, Aaron Pierce, Chris Coffey coming in, and former GT champion Billy Griffin. Will go through the actual TA, GT and XGT, SGT crowd in a minute. Richard Grant, Tommy Dreesy got a penalty for missing the driver's briefing and has been put back there. We should watch him come through. Kaylee Bryson, a newcomer to the series. She's a dirt track girl at heart from Oklahoma, trying Trans Am for the first time. Randy Hale is a returner in XGT. He knows what it's all about. And Nathan Bird having a busy weekend both in SVRA and here in Trans Am. He too getting a penalty for an infraction of the rules. Just saw a quick glimpse there of the hotel at turn 7. I'm delighted once again to have Joe Stevens alongside me, and we're looking forward to this. The first race of any racing year, is always exciting because everybody's kind of checking everybody out, aren't they?
Oh, absolutely. And you get to see, what everybody brought to the party. Who's got the speed, who doesn't. And I'm really impressed to see between the top 3 drivers, less than a second split in qualifying. And it's going to be an exciting race. I'm super excited and grateful to be here.
We've been talking a lot in TA2 about the youngsters coming through. These guys, these kids of 15, 16, Connors and many others, all trying to sort of get their way and learn their way on the road courses, potentially being associated with NASCAR teams in the future. And yet we've got Trackhouse here, who's a NASCAR owner, and we've also got the likes of Boris Said and Paul Menard, who were teammates way back in 2002 when Boris was winning in TA and winning the championship. Kind of sets it up nicely, but it just shows you how deep the love for this particular form of racing is.
Absolutely. The field is so deep. The experience that these drivers bring and the heritage that they've accomplished, it's just incredible. And now we get to see it play out in front of our eyes for the beginning of the 2023 season.
How is racing at Sebring? You manage a couple of very good charges in TA2 and obviously Stevens Miller Racing, second to none when it comes to racing in Trans Am. What are the conditions like and how do you set up? You had a test at Sebring. How do you approach racing at Sebring?
Well, obviously your main focus is achieving the most mechanical grip as possible. Getting as much out of the tire is key. However, with the bumps that you experience in turn 17, across the main straight and into turn 1, make it very difficult.
Let's head once again down to Ben Sissel because the start command is about to get underway. We'll talk more in a moment, Steve.
Well, thank you, gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, we're talking all about the history here. And this man, Parnelli Jones' grandson, Jagger Jones. Parnelli Jones, obviously a Trans Am legend, and now Jagger Jones, about to be a legend himself, starting in Indy next to deliver the most famous words in motorsports. Jagger, take it away.
Drivers, start your engines!
So the engines fire up here for Trans Am, and we've got several groups out there. We've even got Heritage Trans Am in the form of Wally Dollenbach as well. So he's kind of racing alone, but he did that last year, but he's still got second overall. We've got a few new names that have come in to the season this year, including Justin Marks, who was brilliant last year in his, he had a dip, put a toe in the water last year, and he has come on full song. Tommy Treacy has upgraded his car for this season, but unfortunately with that penalty we may not see the best of him today. Having said that, and watching Tommy over the years, you never count him out. Weaver is here. Poncho Weaver has prepared 2 great cars once again, 2 Dodge Challengers, one in the hands of Paul Menard, another great, and of course Boris Said. So it's great to have them reunited, so to speak. But we've also got the battles of SGT, XGT, and GT racing. New faces and some old faces that have been around in this championship. So even though we'll start as one race, we're going to have 4 races in one, effectively. So we'll keep an eye on each of the championship leaders as we go through. We've also got some nice nuances in Flagtronics this year as well, giving us the latest on yellow flags, safety cars, and so on. So we've got the latest technology on a sport that is as old as 1966. It's the longest running road racing championship in North America. It was kind of cool to get Jagger Jones, who of course is a relative of the great Parnelli Jones, who also played his part in the Trans Am history. Alongside me, Jonathan Green, Joe Stevens. Joe, I kind of cut you off a little bit. Talk more about racing here at Sebring as we look at this track and talk more about the nuances of setting up for this particular place.
That's right. Well, doing that here is pretty tough. We've got a lot of different contact surfaces here at Sebring, and most of them are really, really bumpy. We've got concrete with a lot of seashells in it. We've got pavement and asphalt, and of course the sealer that joins the two. So you're battling the bumps, you're battling different contact surfaces, and of course the sun is out, the track can get really hot and greasy, and there's always the chance for surface conditions, etc. So it's always a little difficult to get a quick car here, but the key is to keep that tire up against the ground, use the bodywork, use the aerodynamic elements to really get the most out of the performance of the car.
One long straight, this Oldham straight coming into Sunset here, the last corner at Sebring, and it's nice and wide there, but it's also encourages you to make the sevens. Also look out for turn 7, our bridge hole bend, because that is a heavy braking part.
Yeah, and a great passing point. Turn 7, you're going to see a lot of those late moment dive bombs, if you will, where you're trying to get every bit of performance out of the brakes and the tire to make a pass.
Joe, I often get asked this, is this an endurance race or a sprint race? Because what it is, it's 100 miles, and it feels like it goes on for a long time in this heat, but it really is 10-tenths racing, isn't it? You cannot let up. You're hoping sometimes for a safety car or an incident to slow things down, because he is just hell-bent for leather right from the get-go.
The strategy really comes down to your traffic and who's in front and who's in behind and how much pressure you're under. 100 miles is a long stint. It is sprint racing, certainly, but there is strategy incorporated to the actual track position and the environment that surrounds the driver. So there's a lot of craft that goes into the racing here at Sebring and in TA in general.
As you saw there, of the previous winners, Chris Dyson is coming off 2 wins out of 2 here at Sebring, so that's why we obviously say he's the favourite. He's the current champion. He blitzed it last year in no uncertain terms. But the way that Chris Dyson races is a bit like Max Verstappen. I said that about Matos yesterday. But Dyson's the same. He doesn't care who the competition is, and he doesn't care about who his teammate is. He just wants to win, and he'll do whatever it takes, and I mean fairly, to do that. And Dyson, once he started winning, when you've got a bit of a target on your back, when you've had a great racing father and come from a heritage of racing, then there is no let-up. There is no sort of, well, today I just made up the numbers, we'll come back next week. No, every weekend has to be perfect. And if you see Chris Dyson after taking a 2nd place or a 4th place or anything else at first, he is down in the dump. But that's a good sign for a racing driver.
Oh, absolutely. That's what you're going to want. It's always a little bit easier to calm a driver down. It's almost impossible to get one fired up. So you want that intensity and that energy, and the top 6 really have that. I mean, only 3/10, almost 4/10 separate P1 from P3. So Chris Dyson has absolutely got a real shot to win. And then you look a little bit further back, Adam Andretti, a veteran, obviously of an incredible family history of racing. He's here to win too, and he's got every opportunity out there to do it.
Well, let me ask you this question. You're a team manager, and obviously, you're managing the team, 3 drivers in your case. But here in Chris Dyson's case, it's a case of he's surrounding himself with 2 very, very good drivers, but he always does. If you can't get the 2 in the car, and just so you know, Humaid Masood is out with an injured back at the moment, and hopefully will return soon. But he's brought in Andretti. Brabham, every time he gets in the car, either for Chris or with Chris, is either there or thereabouts. I remember the first time he came in at COTA, he won straight away. So how do you manage that?
Well, I mean, it's tough, but any real manager is going to want to surround themselves with the best. And that's what Chris has done so well over the last few years, is he puts the best drivers that he can in the car, and he keeps the challenge on himself. And that's absolutely brilliant, I think. So hats off to him for that.
So as you can see, we've got a bit of a break up between the field, but we'll keep up to date with who is where in each of the 4 categories. Justin Marks with a chance to really set things alight with the start of his year. He's going to have a busy year, given that he's running NASCAR, obviously. He, too, a team manager and team owner, in fact, with Pitbull, running Chastain and Daniel Suarez. They were out at the 500 not that long ago, and they'll be at it again. Got their first win at COTA, actually, last year. A brand new team in many ways. They bought out the Ganassi team, so they've arrived in NASCAR as serious contenders and have already made it so. So Justin Marks now trying to walk the walk, talk the talk, but I have no doubt and no fear. He has an accomplished career anyway in his background, but mainly in sports cars. But he jumped to this like a duck to water, and he has taken the first pole position of the season. Interested to see what Tommy Greasy does from here. He's got a new car this weekend. Paul Gentilozzi, obviously, running the team. Another good great champion from the past, but they'll want better results than last year.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Dreesy, you can never count him out. He's a real podium threat. I would suspect within the first lap he'll pass between 3 to 6 cars. He's going to charge towards the front and give it everything that he's got. As a spectator to these TA races and now doing the commentary, this is my favorite part, watching the drivers build the heat in the tires, hearing those engines come by, all the spectators rushing to the fences, taking a look. They know something's about to go down, and I just love it. I'm super thrilled.
Now listen, I just mentioned it's a 100-mile sprint effectively. Now, how does that affect the tyres? We've got new tyres, bigger wheels last year, but is it also a case of how smoothly you drive to make sure you manage those tyres so that you've got underneath you something that's got grip within the last 5-10 laps?
You really build a race car around the tire. So you got a new tire, you've got a new wheel, new brake. There's pretty much there, you start a whole new page. And it's going to definitely change how these drivers approach this race compared to years past.
So we're getting underway. We're on board. We'll be on board with several of the cars. We'll be keeping an eye on those dashes. On the bottom right, you see where he is on track. In the middle is your speedometer and your RPM. Look to the bottom left. It's always a good place to look and see how they're working the wheel each and every corner, especially here at Sebring, where the bumps come into such a play here because they are literally physically fighting the car to hold it in position. You'll see Chris Dyson's wheel. You'll see how smooth he is, even though there's a net in front of his hand. You'll see how he moves that wheel. And also, as you can see on the Jim Weed on board, that you'll also have his RPM, and you'll also be able to see just exactly what kind of speeds. We're looking at what? 150 plus brake horsepower, unlimited in TA, and that's another one of the attractions to these drivers.
Oh yeah, I mean, for the power and the weight ratio of these cars, it's unmatched in motorsports. And to see them on a sports car course like this, 17 turns, super demanding surface, this is an incredible racing spectacle to watch. So it'll be really interesting to see as we approach the green flag.
One of the deepest fields we've had in the Trans Am series for a long time. We had a cracking race in TA2 yesterday. Let's hope we get the same again. The lights on the Honda Civic now go out, and that means we head down the heat haze of the Ullman Straight as we get ready to go racing for the first time this season. We start at the iconic Sebring racetrack. We head to New Orleans in just a couple of weeks, then another iconic circuit in Road Atlanta, Watkins Glen to come, Mid-Ohio, Road America, COTA is where it all finishes, but this is where it all begins, somewhat aptly, a plane taking off in the background. They've been racing here since 1950. It's the home of the 12 Hours of Sebring, and also where Trans Am began back in March 1966 when Jochen Rindt, who went on to become a Formula One world champion, took the first win. We had Richard Petty here with his grandson yesterday. We had the name of Parnelli Jones's relatives in Jager Jones today. This doesn't get any better. We're coming out of sunset and we're getting ready to go racing. Joe Stevens alongside me, Jonathan Green, for the first race of the year. Watch out for the all-yellow Dodge on the left-hand side, trying to get him jump on Justin Marks, but it's Marks who's on the mark straight away down the inside. The Jim Weed cars right behind, one in pink, one in purple. They look to the inside, but it is going to be Justin Marks. Good start from Thwaites. Here comes Tommy Dreesy trying to make up places early on. Expect Tommy Dreesy to come through the pack. He loves to race like this. We go on board for the first time with Chris Dyson, who does go into second place behind Justin Marks. Good clean start, Joe.
Yep, absolutely. Chris Dyson made the most of that start, utilizing the inside line and being able to push out his competition. Now he's staring down Justin Marks, and the race is on.
Got to be careful in this opening lap. We saw it at a restart yesterday in TA2 with Conor Mosak. Made a mistake, and it looked to me as though it was just his tyre temperature wasn't quite there. So you've got to kind of tiptoe for this first lap. Regardless of the actual track temperature and ambient temperature, you never know if the tyres are quite there.
Absolutely. You got to get that tire temp in there to maximize the grip. Amy Ruman, great start. Looks like she's held her position. And that red Chevrolet is looking great as always.
Ken Thwaites has announced that this will be his last season. He's only been racing in TA a couple of years, but in that time he has become a very accomplished driver. Of course, he was a champion in the first ever XGT championship for production cars in his Audi R8 a couple of years ago. He's taken to this brilliantly, but he's now got a big team and he's got a lot to manage, so he's deciding that this could be his swan song. But here, knowing him, the Franklin Road man will want to go out on a high, and we wish him well. Ken Thwaites looking for a good result out of the first race of the year. We look high above Sebring, the lake in the distance, the airport just ahead of the racetrack, which stands below as we head into the final complex and on to 17. A very tricky corner here and into the Almond Straight. Got to get that right as already Marks already weaving from side to side. Now, is that more to get more temperature in the tires?
Absolutely.
Even under racing conditions?
Yep, so what he's trying to do is he's just trying to build heat in that tire. He knows the car's telling him, you don't have the tires up yet, you better get on it. He's got a great spread right now, but Chris Dyson isn't going anywhere, and the competition is on. These cars really roar.
Slightly quicker, Justin Marks at 2:05.0 to a 2:05.8 from Chris Dyson, so even though he was weaving from side to side, Matt Brabham in third, Bernard in fourth, Boris Said up to fifth place, Andretti in sixth, then Ruman, two-time champion Amy Ruman in seventh place in the McNichols Corvette, then Keith Grant coming into the series last year and looking to make a real name for himself, having got that podium first time out of VIR. Then in ninth position is Ken Thwaites, who were on board a moment ago, and then David Pintarek. Shout out to his new cameraman Brian, who I met this morning. He'll be taking the pictures for David. On board that with Chris Dyson. And what do you see when you watch this racing drive? Everybody talks so glowingly about Chris Dyson and the way he's racing.
Oh man, he's smooth. He's getting the most out of the brakes. We just saw him go into turn 7, threshold braking, getting that car slowed down without locking up any of the tires, which is really a work of art in itself. Hitting the apex both in the entrance and exit right on his marks. And he's flying. He's flying. We got a separation of about 1 second between him and the leader. And like I said before, the race is on right now. It is getting heated.
I don't want to put the muckers on Tommy Greasy, who we're on board with now, and he's already chasing down the 74. But there was a little bit of notice of possible blue smoke coming out of the back. Now, he does tend to be and run a sort of smoky mixed as Tommy Greasy, so I've been fooled by that in the past. But we'll keep an eye on Tommy Greasy. I always keep an eye on Tommy Greasy because you just never know what's going to happen with Tommy.
Oh yeah, he's honestly, he's running a great program. The car just looks incredible this year. It always does. And that's the freedom of this rule book, is you can do things with the engine. You can do things that you might not be able to in other classes. And Dreesy's taking the most of it. He's already passed a bunch of cars. He's catching up to the TA field from starting from the back. And this is looking like it's really exciting. Now Ken under pressure as well going into 17. Oh, Ken makes the pass. Excellent.
Yeah, this is a great battle for the three of them. Dreesy at the back of this group. Greasy, of course, coming through the field bit by bit. He's had to start at the back, and he's already made it up several places. So we'll watch this battle as it unfolds. But Greasy now in 12th place. Butson it is. Matthew Butson and Ken Thwaites. Thwaites under big pressure, as you can see, as they dive into turn 1. Greasy, though, trying to get back. The more I look at that Lucas car, wow, there's the smoke, I suppose, that we're talking about. Or was that dust and dirt just when he's running it quite low?
Well, it's quite... He was loading up that right rear tire going through 1, and the speed and the G-force of these cars is just incredible. It could just be a little bit of body work or the undercarriage of the car touching and scraping the ground. It looks like he's not babying that car in any way, so I'm assuming it's a non-issue, and it'll more or less just buff itself out as the race goes on. But he's making a move now into 7 on the inside, and it doesn't look like it's going to stick this time, but he's going to keep on knocking on the door until they open it up.
This is great stuff from Tommy Greasy. We're getting a bird's eye view straight on board with him. You can see the revs at the bottom. You can see the speed over 147, 51 miles an hour as he goes for the overtake. Brilliantly done as we were on board, and that's how you do it in Trans Am Racing, Tommy.
Yeah, and luckily the outside driver gave him a little bit of space. That was really close. It was a really direct move, and now he's staring down Ken, so we're going to see what's happened. My guess is he's going to make a similar move here shortly.
And while we were watching that, Matthew Brabham is channeling his father Jeff, because he's got so many accolades with Dad around this circuit. He just did a 2:06. That was almost 2 seconds quicker than Dyson in that last lap. So I don't know whether he missed a corner or he's just firing on all cylinders. But wide goes Tommy!
Dreesy's out. Yeah,
he gets it all right and gets it all wrong.
Hasn't lost much position, though, going through 16. It looks like with some speed, but he did track left there. Not quite sure what the issue, if anything major. We'll see here in just a second.
There is Matthew Brabham running in third at the moment. Here are the leaders. Justin Marks leading the way from Chris Dyson. They come across the line again at 2:01.9 from Justin Marks.
Ooh, lock up from Justin Marks into 1 on the left front. He could have been really late in the brakes, but you can see Dyson and the Jim Week cars are really pushing the pressure now. So
This is going to be exciting. Ken, Justin, hang on here. We're still really early into this race, too.
Yeah, Dyson Racing really pushing on Justin Marks. If he didn't feel the pressure before, somebody parked up one of the Corvettes. It could be Pierce or possibly Aaron Pierce or possibly the older car, which is Haley Bryson's car. She was down in 22nd coming into this race. Her debut.
I think that may have been Aaron Pierce. Okay. I'm not totally sure. SGT car looks like it possibly stopped on track. But it is a safe distance away from the racing line, but unknown if that'll be a full course yellow or not.
27-lap race, and as we mentioned before, it's a full sprint, really. Here comes Dreesy now on weights. He got past him, made a mistake, but has recovered well. Tommy Dreesy from Hollywood, California. He works in the biz of filmmaking, and he always has the script ready. And, of course, he's got MAV TV already on the car, so if you want to see his highlights, tune in on Thursday, because that's where you'll find Tommy Dreesy.
Yep, it's great to see Ken, who lacks a little bit of raw pace. He doesn't lack in that racecraft. It doesn't look like he's driving his car too hard. Hopefully right now he's just managing the gap between the cars in front and Dreesy behind, and he's going to keep as much of that tire on the car as possible. But Dreesy is not having it as he tries to close the gap headed towards Bishop's Bend.
Yeah, just keep an eye on the other championships. Danny Lowry leading in XGT. Nathan Bird right behind him, second in XGT. Then in SGT, it's also keeping an eye on the Florida man, former champion Lee Saunders, as we take a look at the 88 coming through shot. That's Nathan Bird now, who, of course, is in XGT and chasing down Danny Lowry.
Yeah, incredible racing thus far. Looking at this, the top of the front field as they rage past start-finish, these cars are absolutely flying. Adam Andretti just had his fastest lap, and he's closing the gap to Paul Menard in front. It'll be interesting to see how those guys shake around for the next few laps.
Great racing at the front, just also to finish off in GT, Billy Griffin chasing down the two other DTs of Tyler Hoffman and Chris Coffey, and Chris Dyson in second place now, trying to put the hurt on Justin Marks. And wow, it's amazing how here at Sebring they allow the racing to continue and keep it at a sort of a local yellow like that while they clear up the debris. But Sebring, well known for their safety, bidden the 12 hours, and given the experience and the number of years they've been doing it, they may take to, a way of doing things that is different than others, but we're still racing, and that's what we love.
Yeah, huge hats off to the safety workers here at Sebring International Raceway and everybody that make these events come together. Dreesy looking to the inside. It doesn't look like he's going to make it stick this time, but you can tell he's running out of patience. He wants to catch up, and Ken is under serious pressure right now.
Yeah, Tommy doesn't want to hold back. He doesn't like to race behind anybody for too long. He likes to get ahead and doesn't like to see cars going off in the distance. He's done such a good job to get up to this point, but now he's kind of come to a stop, if you will, in terms of progress anyway. And so he wants past Thwaites as well as quick as he can. But Ken Thwaites, as he's shown in the past, is no mean fella when he's behind the wheel of a TA car. He's a lovely fella out of it, but he's a mean racer when he's in it. Tommy Dreesy, though, doesn't take prisoners. Let's see what happens. Over 140 miles an hour as they go through Bishop and down towards 17. A crucial corner here to get right. Tommy takes a very tight line, and here he comes now into that right-hander.
Yeah, you see that right now. Tommy's using every bit of the track, whereas Ken is kind of cutting those corners a little too shallow. He's not quite getting to the inside or outside curving, and it's going to leave Dreesy another opportunity to make a move on the Franklin Road Apparel Chevrolet Camaro.
Yeah, he's not going to quite pull it off this. He ducked in behind him, try and get a draft as they go into Sunset again. And he'll live to fight again. And here comes Dreesy. He got a tighter line out of Sunset. And is the sun going down on Ken Thwaites' hopes, I wonder, because here comes Dreesy.
Outside, turn one. Here comes Dreesy. Fold in, over, under move, late in the brakes. What's going to happen?
Here comes the Lucas number 8, and this is great vintage Dreesy driving. Excellent overtake.
Brilliant move. Brilliant move. Unfortunately, Ken's going to take a step backwards there, but now he's got a rabbit in front of him, and that is Tommy Dreesy in that bright blue MAV TV car, and it is flying. Let's see if he can hang on.
Yeah, having watched Ken a few years now, Ken likes actually these situations because he knows it's a long race. A long way to go. He's only 6 of the 27 gone yet. Just wants to kind of now, like you say, he's got somebody to reference in front of him now, and he'll try not to lose sight of Tommy, but Tommy is already 3 or 4 car lengths as they dive into the Bridgehall corner, into that right-hander, and get back on the power. You see him go sideways there, using all 850 plus horsepower as we go back to this battle at the front, and it really is just that. Brabham still behind Dyson, and then leading the way is Justin Marks, but for how long, I wonder. Dyson really reeling him in now. Nothing between them as they come down through this track and at the back, and look how close they are. They're coming through some of the traffic now.
Yep, and Brabham still with the fastest lap thus far in the race, but both Justin Marks and Chris Dyson are running 2:01.8s, and these cars are absolutely flying, so there's really nothing to be split between the two. It's anybody's race at this point.
Yeah, I'm looking at the times. 2:01.8 last time out for Justin Marks, Chris Dyson a 2:01.8, so they're all on the same kind of pace. Brabham, of course, on the same pace. Boris Said now up to 4th place. As we've watched this three-way battle, don't count out Boris Said. He's coming and coming fast. He just did a 2:02.1, so he's quicker than the guys ahead of him in that Dodge Challenger. Now, will he challenge, I wonder? We'll see him in a moment, but no question about it. Here comes Boris Said, and he's taking Adam Andretti with him.
We've got two Jim Weed Ford Mustangs knocking on the door of Justin Marks right now. There's less than a second that separates the three of those cars, and I don't know what's going on, but it's possible Justin Marks has driven the car a little too early, a little too hard in the early stages, and now Dyson's going to have an opportunity. But it looks like right now they're playing the waiting game, and they're going to wait for Justin to drive off a little bit, and we'll see what happens.
So far, caution-free. I'll probably now put the muckers on it, but it's Marks, Dyson, Brabham, Said, Andretti. Good start from Boris Said. Really good start. They dropped Menard down to 6th, but he's still in contention. Then it's Grant in 7th, Ruman 8th, Pitarik in 9th, Greasy is up to 10th now. He's got ahead of Twaits. Then it's Butson, Dollenbach in the Masters car in 13th. And yes, that is Wally Dollenbach out there again.
The stability of those Ford Mustang Jim Weed cars is really great into the brake zones. Those cars look really healthy. It's a different story with Justin right now is what it looks like. He's a little bit more nervous, the rear of the car, under those big braking, and Dyson's able to constantly close that gap under braking, and it looks like it's fairly effortless.
Yeah, you know, obviously there's a lot of development going on with Justin Marks and his team, and I think they were not surprised, but I think they were surprised at how quick they were in just a one lap to get the pole like that. So still in development for him, and we'll see whether, you know, they dial it in better as the season goes on. Back in the pits, though, is that the car we saw stuck out on track? I think it is. Is it Aaron Pierce?
So.
I think it is.
Yep, it is. It's Aaron Pierce in the SGT Chevrolet Corvette. And, oh no, is that Kaylee? I think
it is
that might be
Bryson,
Kaylee.
yeah, her first run.
Yep, and that car is actually owned by the Aaron Pierce Group.
Yes.
And unfortunately, it looks like a retirement for her. She's in pit lane. It looks like about to exit the vehicle. The number 26 is out.
All I can say is welcome aboard. She's from Oklahoma. She's a dirt tracker by heart. That's how she started out. And this was her first ever Trans Am debut. So really, really impressive. She's also done some SVRA this weekend to really get herself dialed in. So good experience. I don't know why the car came to a halt, but we'll find out, I'm sure, as we finally get a look at Boris Said with Andretti all over the back of him. This is a good battle. Boris Said versus Adam Andretti. Two great American race names going at it. Boris Said Jr., his son, racing also in TA2 this year. And Boris is a car he's driven as well behind him in Menard's car, of course, both prepared by Poncho Weaver. But Boris Said the older he gets, the quicker he is.
Well, I got to be honest, Tommy Andretti in the all-Graham Ford Mustang, I'm rooting for him. I think he's got a real opportunity here, and he's chasing down a car that he's actually driven before.
That's right.
So it'll be interesting to see how argy-bargy they get as the race goes on.
Absolutely. Well, Adam Andretti has won in pretty much every mark there is in Trans Am. He's had a bumper weekend this weekend, jumping in to this car, which is, of course, the car of Humaid Massoud, coming in as a replacement when Humaid couldn't make it, but he also has a regular run in TA2. Busy year then ahead for Adam Andretti. Good battle, though, this between he and Boris Said, as Menard also finding his way through traffic in that day-glow Weaver Challenger, beautifully prepared. I was actually talking to Nathan Hearn. He loves those challenges too. I know he's out there in the Mustang, but your guy, he's got a bit of a soft spot for those challenges.
Absolutely. He won the championship. It looks like Ken Twaits a little off track there, and he might be being passed right now, but you're right. Nathan Hearn won a championship in TA2 Australia, and that was in a Dodge Challenger.
I wonder why. I've often been asked this, why the Challengers are more prominent, both in history and modern Andretti. Somebody else parked up. Is that Amy Ruman?
I think that was Amy
That could have
Ruman.
been Amy Ruman.
Amy Ruman, and it looked like a bit of track debris on the exit of 15. I'm not quite sure exactly what happened there. We'll get a replay shortly, but it looks like there's a possibility that Amy Ruman has run into some problems.
Justin Marks continues to lead in TA. In TAH, that's the historic Trans Am. Wally Dallenbach leading in that. XGT is led by Danny Lowry, and GT is in the lead with Tyler Hoffman at the moment. And SGT, as we mentioned already, Kylie Bryson is out.
Adam
we do
Andretti.
have a full course yellow.
Yeah, full course caution, just as Adam Andretti and that all-Graham Ford Mustang had its own personal fast lap. So he is definitely trying to reel in, Boris said. The top 5 in this class, incredible. And with this restart, you never know what's going to happen.
Joe, I'm glad I got you here because in a caution situation, either you or one of the chief engineers will get on the radio. What, as a team, do you tell your driver, and does it vary from driver to driver?
It does. It totally does. Usually what you're going to tell for a front-running driver is what is the pace of the cars around me. If you would have a delta or a split, average split between the car in front and the car behind, that's the real critical data that the driver would need. But there also might be, hey, run up to the pit wall, take a look at my splitter. Do I have a tire rub? Evaluate the conditions of the car. And then you're going to be getting information on the car of what is the car doing, reminding the driver, hey, check your brake bias. How much front brakes do you have in relationship to the rear brakes, and all of those things.
We had the question about Kaylee Bryson. Let's find out what happened to her bench down in the pits with her.
Well, I'm with Kaylee Bryson down here in the pits. It seemed like you were pretty fast there at first. What happened, Kaylee?
Yeah, I think we were experiencing some motor problems. It wasn't running quite like it should and making some weird noises. So decided to pull it in, would rather not blow it up, and diagnose the problem and fix it for next race.
So first impressions of your first Trans Am race, how did it go?
It was pretty good. You know, I did the TA2 car in SVRA today and ran 9th, and you know, just kind of starting slow before we jump in with the TA2 and all the big guns, because these guys are really experienced and this is a really, really hot, top-notch form of racing. So just getting my feet wet right now. This is my first road course race, so looking forward to the next time.
Perfect. Kaylee Bryson, thank you. Sorry for the luck, but gentlemen, back up to you.
Great stuff, and just a little footnote. Yes, she's just getting her feet wet, but I think we're going to be hearing that name. That is the only female ever in the history of the Chili Bowl, the famous dirt track race, to make the feature race 2 years in a row. She is going places. Watch out for Kaylee Bryson from Oklahoma. As we're under caution, we're going to take a short break from Sebring. We'll be right back at the resumption of this race here in TA.
I'm Richard Petty, and you might say I've had a fairly successful driving career. And you know the secret of my success? Having a good support team around me when I need it. Whether you're a route driver, over-the-road trucker, or you're interested in driving special purpose vehicles, Clean Harbors is the kind of place where you can build a long driving career. Do yourself a favor, give Clean Harbors a call.
Welcome back to Sebring International Raceway here in Central Florida. We're under caution here in our TA race. 10 laps gone on the 27th, so we're not at the business end just yet, but we're at a critical stage as we're on board with Tommy Dreese, who's made good progress, and he'll be actually quite enjoying the chance to maybe just take a break. He's behind David Pitaric, and he's got a chance of scoring some big points here today. An important race, start of the season. You don't want to be losing points early on. He got a penalty after an infringement before the race even started. 3 drivers, including Kylie Bryson, actually pinged for that infringement, and so Dreese started way back than his qualifying position. They qualified late evening last night, little cooler conditions, but Tommy at the moment doing a good job of keeping in the hunt, and that's what it's all about. But a good start also from Andretti and Boris said as they chase down the top 3. Alongside me is Joe Stevens. And Joe, as we've got a little time under caution, your thoughts so far on the first race of the year?
This is just so intense. Starting off, these cars are door to door. And I have to ask you the question, Jonathan, what's going to happen if Brabham's pace continues to be better than Dyson's? Is there any team orders in that group?
You know, it's a very good question, because I really don't know how Dyson would play that, because at this stage of the year, with the confidence he's got in his own abilities, I actually think he would let Brabham go through if he knew that Brabham's car was faster. Because more importantly to Dyson right now is having the team win the race and him finishing second. And he's got more chance of that happening if Brabham can win the race.
Yeah, I think, Chris Dyson as a driver and as a guy, he's so true grit with his racing that he's not going to allow a team order to, present itself and change the running order. I think what he's going to do is if he's going to win or he's going to place better than his teammates, he's going to earn it.
I don't want to toot his horn too much, but, I've watched Matthew Brabham over the years. I've watched him in SVRA. I've watched him win in every single-seater formula and super trucks. He's been a world champion in that. There isn't anything he gets into that he doesn't win in, including Trans Am. He's such a talent. He's still at the height of his game in Indy Lights. He was vying for the championship last year, Indy Next as it's called now. He could absolutely throw himself into a 500 situation in a single-seater, if not an Indy car. If he had a bag of money, what this kid could do, I have no idea. I know he has that famous name, just like an Andretti, but boy, does he talk the talk and walk the walk. What a guy. There isn't anything he can't do.
Now, I'm telling you right now, we're seeing it play out right in front of us as they continue to scrub their tires and keep them clean and up to temp, entering turn 17 behind the Honda Civic safety car. So anything can happen at this point in time. I think what we'll see here in the coming lap here is if there's any lap traffic, we're going to have a lucky dog effect where the slower cars are going to hit pit lane and the pack. So when we do go green, it's all business in front of you. There's no lap traffic. Everything is going to be for position.
Let's head down to the pit lane, and obviously leading the race, Justin Marks. Let's hear what the latest is from his camp with Ben Sissel.
JJ talking to Justin Marks. What's he sound like on the radio?
He sounds real good. The car's, it's hot out there, so the track's real greasy and slick, so forward bite's a problem. We're working on trying to get the brakes right. It's got a little bit of a long pedal, so he's just going to try to deal with it for now and go from there.
Now, there's 2 cars coming back, and they look like they're just hunting him down. What are you saying about that?
Yeah, I'm giving him every lap, how far they are behind him, and obviously Matty just moved into second, and I know he was coming pretty hard, so we're going to find out, what we got here. So I don't know if the Dyson had team orders or not, but we're going to find out.
Good insight there from Showtime Motorsports. Gentlemen, back up to you.
Oh, that's fight and talk. I'm loving it. And I'm also very interested to see what Boris said. If I know Boris, he'll see this as a huge opportunity, as will Adam Andretti, to get past or at least fight with Dyson, because the gap that he was going to have to come back at the top 3 on has now gone down to nothing. So it's all about this restart, and Boris said knows what he's doing in those situations. Then again, so does Brabham and Dyson.
Yeah, we just saw JJ with JRI. He's working with Justin Marks this year. And talk about the talent that these TA1 teams have. And JJ's a great example of that. And he's kind of calling it out as he sees it. He's not sure what team orders are going on in the Dyson group, but he obviously sees that his driver's having a little bit of trouble with the brakes. We saw that lockup from Justin Marks into turn 1 earlier, talking about a long pedal, which means the braking performance of that car is being reduced as the track temps and that greasy track seems to increase. So things are going to get a little crazy, I think, on this restart.
Well, we're hearing from race control that the restart will be this lap as we tiptoe through the trees. And a beautiful day here at Sebring. Hardly a gust of wind here, and that's rare. So it's hot though, and I'm sure physically, am I right in saying you even get hotter when you're under safety because you don't get the air through the car?
Absolutely. And so the brakes, they may cool off just a little bit because we're not hammering them for the 17 turns of Sebring International Raceway. But everything else starts to heat soak, and that includes the driver. Track temp about 95 degrees Fahrenheit today, so it is certainly a greasy track surface.
on board again with Tommy Dreese. He'll be looking forward from 9th position to get a restart and get a jump on David Pintarik. But Pintarik almost enjoying his racing more than ever. He had an illness last year that he thought might curtail him racing any further, but he's back in action and delighted to be back in the famous 57.
It's the generator.
Justin Marks, Matt Brabham, Chris Dyson down the Almond Straight, keeping the temperature in the tyres. Interesting what you say about the brakes, absolutely right. It's not much else cools down, but only just. And they're still red hot, I'm sure, when they get to the restart. But a little bit of weaving to get the mechanical grip in the tyres as we come down towards sunset again.
Yeah, lights are off. The Honda Civic safety car, we're about to go green, entering turn 17. The safety car will peel off into pit lane, and here comes the action, to say the least.
Well, I wouldn't say that Justin Marks is inexperienced, but in Trans Am terms, he's probably not done too many restarts, especially from the front, and he's got the maestro behind him in Chris Dyson and Brabham, who is due another win. But here comes Boris Said and Adam Andretti. Paul Menard behind. It doesn't come any more star-studded for our restart here in TA.
Here we go, and David Pintarik making big moves on the inside, and we are hauling the mail into turn 1 right now. Running order for the first 3. Looks like we're going to have some changes as we're 3 wide into turn 1.
Boris Said squeezing him down. Pintarik, as you say, went to the outside. Dreese to the inside. Excuse me, to the outside. Now back in line, and he's behind Menard, who got a scintillating restart and has got ahead of Tommy Dreese. So it's all change at the front, but a good restart from Justin Marks. Just what he wanted as he heads under the bridge and down towards 6 and 7 for the restart time on lap 12. Almost halfway through this race now, and things starting to hot up nicely.
Yep, as they fly into turn 7. Now we're going to be testing those brakes, which we're just heat soaking a little bit, but it looks like the running order stays the same, but Dreese is all over that car in front.
Yeah, Paul Menard, who of course is another one who's come back to Trans Am after racing in many other series. I'd say take some time off, but he did, you know, dribs and drabs of TA racing, sort of dipped his toe back in, and he too, once he got a Poncho Weaver car, like Boris said, rejoining the old team, if you like, is back with a vengeance. But there is the Lucas number 8, Tommy Dreese.
Yeah, such a great looking Ford Mustang, right behind that Poncho Weaver car, and these guys are flying through the high-speed turn, 140 mile an hour entry speeds, and then look at the decel rate, hard on the brakes again as they go into the 14, 15, 16 complex, which is where we saw Amy Ruman have that problem earlier.
Well, I mentioned that Trans Am started its history here back in '66, and it's Ford Mustang versus Chevrolet Camaro versus Dodge Challenger. Some 57 years later, just as we wanted, here we go. Marks into sunset. All over him is the number 20 Jim Weed of Chris Dyson, the champion. He takes a very tight line and gets as close to Marks as he's been.
Absolutely on his bumper right now. We could see an over-under like we saw before into turn 1. Dyson eyeing the inside. Gets a fender on him.
Brabham in second. My foul. It is Matthew Brabham at the restart. Caught me out because the pink and the purple very similar. So now it is Brabham who's going after Marks. And I think actually at the restart that was probably planned, as we talked about, right?
Yeah, I think so. I think what they're going to try to do is get Matt right behind Justin Marks and really try to put the pressure on. Right now, Chris Dyson doesn't have any real competition behind him, a good gap, so he can just take it a little bit easier. Let's just see how much of the equipment we can get Justin Marks to use, and then maybe team orders will play again where Chris Dyson will pass them both.
Yeah, that's another thing we didn't actually mention, because you use Brabham as the hare, as the aggressor. He's not going to be doing the championship for the whole season, so Dyson can sit back and watch them fight it out, and like you say, use their equipment, and then team orders perhaps may come into play later. But I think Brabham will just try to take the lead and try to help his buddy get into second place. Meanwhile, Boris Said, though, is changing the game a little bit in fourth place, because Dyson may be looking ahead, but he needs to look in the mirrors as well, because here comes Andretti and Boris Said as well.
Yep, Andretti's done a great job keeping the tire underneath him. That Ford Mustang from Allgram is looking really great, and these cars are flying in, again, to the turn 14, 15, 16 complex, which is a super technical part of this track, and they are nose to tail.
I have to say, hats off to Justin Marks, he's soaking up the pressure here. He's done 13 laps at this pace, and he's been under immense pressure from first Dyson and now Brabham, who definitely is a stronger aggressor when it comes to challenging at the moment. Let's see where and when he goes for it.
Look at these bumps, too, as these cars bounce up and down. And we're seeing the move to the inside. Matt Brabham on the 99 of Justin Marks. Is he going to be in front coming the exit of turn 17?
Well, I said aggressive. That was really impressive. I don't know if he's going to pull it off, but he's not quite held on to it. But he got a great inside line there. And they all bounce down the main straight past our commentary position. Dyson now in a struggle in the 16 Jim Wheat car to hold off Boris Said. But it's a five-way battle at the front because Andretti's joined it. This is TA Racing, folks.
This is the best that it gets. Look at the fireball come ripping out of the side of that Ford Mustang and the Jim Wheat driven by Chris Dyson. This is incredible. Justin Marks is doing his absolute best to maintain a solid racing line while playing defense. This is the chess game. This is the racecraft that they talk about.
I'll tell you what, racing purists, this is like go-kart racing with a 850 plus in the back. Unbelievable stuff. Great.
Yeah. Look at that Dodge Challenger, too. Beautiful car, absolutely in the hunt here. And this is going to be insane as those tires continue to go up. And there, you can't fit a piece of paper between the front, too. And we see another move to the inside again.
Classic overtake, and Brabham's going to make it stick, but Marks comes back at him.
Justin Marks.
That is great racing.
Yeah,
he said, no way, I'm not giving that place up.
Absolutely. He did not back down from the outside, and he stuck to it, and it's not going to be easy. This is great racing.
Dyson's slow. Dyson's suddenly gone from third to fifth in a matter of two bends.
You know, I'm not sure if that was a little bit of defensive play because they're racing so hard if they were to come together. But what's going on?
Nah, that's mechanical, surely.
Yes.
He's off the line, slowed right down, and yeah, he might have not wanted to go into the fray, but no, that is not what we want to see. And that is a big line for the headlines for the press release tonight, because Dyson, the current champion, has been bulletproof in TA in the last couple of years. And his first venture out, to be fair, his season didn't start brilliantly last year and it just got steadily better. But that is real disaster for Chris Dyson. I'm sure Ben Sissel will be on it immediately. But meanwhile, Brabham is still like a dog with a bone with Justin Marks. And here comes Andretti. He's got past Boris Said. So in all of that going on, Andretti's got past Said. He's up to third, and he really wants this now. He wants to fly the flag for Dyson. He got this as a one-off drive, and now he can take it to Matthew Brabham. And I said to him when he was up here in commentary, I want a classic Brabham-Andretti fight. Two great names of motor racing from worldwide, different sides of the world, but two great proponents of motor racing in their family. And here we go again.
Lap 15 of 27. I think now we were talking about team orders. There can only be one with the Dyson crew, and that is go. Matt Brabham's got to keep the pressure on and take as many points as he can from that Franklin Road Apparel car. He's got to do everything he can to get in front of Justin Marks and stay there.
Yeah, well, he's been the aggressor since the restart, and he took that position away. Fooled me because I couldn't see it immediately, and I thought it was Dyson putting the pressure on, but of course it was Brabham. And in fact, that inside move was just absolutely brilliant, but he didn't quite pull it off, and he's still trying it. He might try it again this time.
And all the while, Adam Andretti just waits in the shadows as these two cars. Yeah, it is. This could very well be another full course caution.
Yeah, well, he was tripling away. He was trickling down the track a little bit slowly, but now suddenly he stops up. So sadly for Chris Dyson, it's ended on track. Let's see if he's out of harm's way, or it means we're under safety. Now, meanwhile, Menard is in.
It looks like Menard fell back to 12th, and we are full course yellow here.
Yep. So again, we catch our breath, but there's a lot happened in the two full course yellows, the laps we've had in between. So Poncho Weaver is the man leaning down, just talking to Paul Menard, and says that Boris, we've heard that Boris Said has a vibration in the car, and we're going to try to see if we can get a hold of either Poncho or Paul Menard, who's parked up. Obviously, we can't speak to Chris Dyson as he's out on track, but we might hear from what happened to Paul Menard. So it's all drama here. Joe Stevens, Johnny Green bringing the action from TA, and just like yesterday, we've got plenty of drama in this one, and it's far from over by any means. We are under caution.
I wonder what the story is with David Pinteric, who had just a dynamite start, jumped 2 to 3 places into turn 1, but now has also looked like he's fallen back several laps. I show 3+ laps on his timing and scoring sheet. So definitely a lot going on, drama, as you said, Jonathan, for sure.
Yeah, we lost Kaylee Bryson, we lost Amy Ruman, we've now lost Paul Menard. Boris said is complaining of vibration, that's why he's dropped a few places. Adam Andretti now up to 3rd place. Let's head down to Ben Sissel and see what the latest is and find out what happened to Paul Menard.
Hey, I'm here with Pancho Weaver, who builds these beautiful cars. And Pancho, last couple laps I've been hearing some shifting problems down the front straight, but what's your driver saying is wrong?
Yeah, that's exactly it. It looks like we lost a dog ring in 4th gear, and some of the pieces might have come apart, and now it's affecting 2nd gear, so we really can't hold our own position. No reason to be out there and cause an issue for the guys that are really running for this program. And, Paul did a wonderful job this weekend. Techniques, Millennium, Steel It, all these guys that have been part of this thing. We can't do it by ourselves, and we need their help, but we're out for today. We'll be back, though.
Nice, and stay with me here because we saw Boris come by, and it looked like the front right fender of his car was shaking really bad. I've heard some bad vibration. And then Paul Menard, if you don't mind, man, this has got to be heartbreaking. I know you really want to have a good showing here, and it just seems like you've got some rough luck here.
That's all good. Pancho gave me the opportunity to come down here and we show that the Weaver chassis have speed. I had a little bit of trouble with 4th gear in qualifying yesterday, and it just won't stay in 4th gear today. It keeps popping out. And then it started popping out 2nd and 3rd gear also. So instead of hurting the engine, we're just going to park it.
Well, Paul Menard, I love having you in the series. I'm sorry about your luck here at Sebring, but let's run over here real quick, Tony, and talk to Boris Sed's team, because I saw when Boris came by, that car was really shaking. So where's AJ? Hey, Stevie. So I saw Boris's front end. What's going on?
Well, I guess Dyson, something happened to Dyson. Boris zigged when he should have zagged, and he hit the back of Dyson and knocked some body work loose. We're telling him to go. Let it go.
So no tire rub. You think it's just that front? Maybe the little clasp came off or something?
Yeah. When I went out to the wall, it looks like the clasp came loose, and it's just shaking real hard on the right side. So we're gonna go. We're going for it.
I love it. And Joe Stevens, this is gonna go back to you. Stevie Ray, great crew member, and you know when it's heat on high here in these races. Explain that to the crowd if you don't mind.
He's saying, yeah, it's pretty heated down there, but you know what this is like.
Oh, absolutely. I've known Stevie for as long as I've been in Trans Am, and just to speak to all the talent and experience behind these TA1 cars, Stevie's another shining example of that. He's built some wonderful TA and TA2 cars in the past, and it sounds like there was some small contact, which is kind of the name of the game. And when you get to speed, that carbon fiber or Kevlar or fiber reinforced plastic pieces, they'll start to fly and flap around in the wind. If it's not disrupting the car and its performance or the driver's ability to maintain control of the vehicle, you're going to deal with it. It's going to affect the performance of straight line speed, certainly, Jonathan, but really what it comes down to is the car's going to drive, the driver's going to drive it.
Yeah. You know what's also come into play now? Tommy Dreesy weaving from side to side in the all-blue Lucas. You see him there. He's now got he's got Boris Sed in front of him, the man you're looking at right now, who's already complained of a few issues himself. So Dreesy's got a chance. He's 5th at the moment to get into the top 4, then maybe challenge Andretti for 3rd. So Dreesy's come right through the field, and with him has come Wally Dollenbach now up to 7th for the Historics. So it's a big day. Keith Grant is also in the mix. He's in 6th position. They've dropped Matthew Butson to 8th position. Kent Waits is 9th. Danny Lowry leading XGT. He's in 10th overall. But Nathan Bird is still with him in that battle. GT's led by Tyler Hoffman. And so we've got some great battles going all the way through, including in SGT as well. Aaron Pierce still out there running well. But so a real change around in terms of the actual battles as we go back on board with Tommy Dreesy, who has gone from what looked like a bad day at the office to now a potential podium.
Yeah, absolutely. And if I may drop to SGT, Chris Coffey has moved up the running orders. He is now, it looks like, sitting in position 14 overall. And what an incredible story. That car as well entered this event with a little bit of transmission issues, ABS, speed sensor, and all the complexity of the wiring system on that car. He entered in a little bit handicapped, but he's been able to keep the car underneath him, move up the pack, and he's still in the race, which is great. Chris Coffey and that Norwood Auto Italia Maserati.
Yeah, he's chasing down Tyler Hoffman, and between them is the leader of SGT. That's Lee Saunders. Lee Saunders, of course, a local man from Florida, loves that Viper. Great to have him back in the championship, the former champion himself. So we are at the back of the circuit, waiting for a restart, which hopefully will take us to the checkered flag. A sprint, if you will, a short number of laps. There's Lee Saunders.
Absolutely, and just behind Chris Coffey, the race is on, but leading that pack, if I believe, is that Audi R8.
Yeah.
Beautiful car, and that is Hoffman, I believe?
Yep, Tyler Hoffman.
Tyler Hoffman and the Bennett Bridge Hall pit boxes. Audi R8 is leading that class, and that's a fierce battle. Those guys are going to be nose to tail when this thing goes green, and we've got 11 laps to go.
Yeah, there's a long way to go yet, and it's also Mercedes of Lowry versus Porsche 911 of Nathan Bird in XGT. XGT, if you're wondering, was Super GT was the original class, and then GT, and then we brought Extreme GT into the fold just to allow more cars of that kind of ilk to come in. And Ken Thwaites, who you're watching out on track right now, was the first to win in an Audi R8 in that class, and so it's about 3 years old now, and still starting to get more and more cars, and different cars too. Great to have the Mercedes on board this year.
Yeah, great job from Ken thus far. Started 11th, has moved his way up through 9th, kept the car clean and underneath him, and he's staring down the barrel of a lot of really great drivers, but it looks like we might be going green.
Yes, we will. The Honda Civic's lights are off, which means Justin Marks in the Trackhouse 99 leads the way. Same number as Suarez, so nice kick back to his own team there. And behind him, though, Matthew Brabham. Desperate for a win. Every time he wins, he makes the headlines. Can he beat a NASCAR team manager here? We go! Good restart also by Tommy Dreese. He's got on the outside as he did last time, and he's already challenging for third place now coming into the first corner.
Yep, we've got all that bodywork shaking on Boris Said of the Dodge Challenger. The damage, unfortunately, the front splitter.
So Tommy Dreese just behind Boris Said as they dive into 3 then. Andretti still 3rd. Boris still 4th, and then we're on board with 5th place Tommy.
Dreese's got great forward drive, it looks like. Despite all the ambient conditions working against him, he's got plenty of power to put down as he chases down Boris, who has that bodywork damage and a move.
Here comes Andretti. And in fact, Brabham and Andretti have both gone past Marks. I wonder if Marks made a mistake or has really got into trouble, because he's now gone right off track and slowed right down the puncher, I reckon.
It's possible that he had a brake failure going into turn 7.
Okay.
And we heard that tire locking up, and now he's kind of getting off the run surface. And that's kind of what you have to do when you have a brake failure. So unknown exactly what's going on, but it looks like possible issues for the 99.
What a shame. Justin Marks was doing everything right, and suddenly it all went up in flames. Drive-through for the restart potentially for Tommy Dreese. We'll see if it happens. But he was very quick off the mark on the restart. So that would be another twist to the tail. It's all happening today. So the leader has gone out. Matt Brabham now leads this race for the Dyson Racing team. Tommy Dreese is in 2nd place, but is he? Because if he's got a drive-through, that will all come to naught, and that will move Boris Said with that damaged car up the board, and Andretti's got a chance of a win here.
Absolutely. Adam Andretti in that all-cramp Ford Mustang is now putting pressure on the leader, Matt Brabham. Dreese, I saw him come across the line somehow 4 wide. Certainly it looks like it might be worth a drive-through penalty. We'll see if he serves it. But regardless of that.
He does.
He does. Okay, so Matt Brabham and Adam Andretti are now fighting for the lead of this race, and Ken Thwaites moves his way up yet again.
So, Dreese in the pits. He does serve his drive-through penalty. There's our XGT battle. A beautiful yellow headlighted Mercedes coming at us into turn 1 in the 42.
What a beautiful GT3 Mercedes.
I know.
Reminds me of the Joker Racing from Mark Austin, whose home is in Texas. Not here for this race, but very well will join the series later in the year. Another great-looking Mercedes.
Yeah, if you ever get a close-up look at one of those cars, they are amazing to watch. And the intakes on the front are just huge.
The hood, the venting, and the efficiency of the aero through the front of that car is really a work of art.
So what a change around in this race. It's all happened in just a matter of minutes as we look at Ken Thwaites again, who's back in the fray, so to speak, as we go on board with him.
Yep, safety workers again. Shout out to all the safety workers that it looked like are grabbing the 99 at Justin Marks as the race goes on with the local yellow. Ken Thwaites is in now the top 5, staring down Wally Dallenbach, who is in the Historics TA. And this is just another great battle. This is incredible. We've got battles in the front, the mid, and back of the pack. And it looks like Chris Coffey's making some way too as he shakes and bakes through the traffic.
What a story. Wally Dallenbach in the top 5. In fact, he was runner-up here last year in this race. But this is such a more dramatic race than was last year, with Matt Brabham now leading the way. We've had several different leaders. Obviously, Justin Marks led for a bit. Dyson held on for a second, but then he conked out. Now it's Brabham's turn. Andretti's behind him. You can see it through the heat haze. And they are teammates, remember. They're both representing. One in the All-Gram car, one in the Jim Week car, but obviously Dyson going out. And a drive-through penalty for Dreesy. So we get ready for what should be 7 laps of absolute pure adrenaline. Here come the XGT boys. Randy Hale chasing down that Mercedes.
Some more splitter damage from the Black Ford Mustang TA car on the inside of turn 17. Super easy to do as you see these cars bounce over these bumps, the suspension, the bodywork, the chassis itself just being abused completely as they drive so hard through that turn. Lee Saunders in that incredible Dodge Viper giving it all he's got.
Yep, Lee Saunders leading in SGT, leading in XGT, it's Danny Lowry. There's the 91 coming through shot. That's Tyler Hoffman. He's in GT. So it's all big change around.
I'm getting word that Boris Sed's in pit lane for a right front tire.
So Boris also, it's not been a good day at the office for the Poncho Weaver team. And 2 great challengers, but sadly not able to challenge either of them today. Paul Menard going out, and looks as though Boris Said is going to follow suit as he comes into the pit. So it's Brabham, Andretti, now Keith Grant. We've hardly mentioned him. He's come from nowhere. And Keith Grant, who was on the podium in his first ever TA race, is back in the hot seat. Dallenbach up to 4th place. Ken Thwaites is 5th.
That's important to be there in the end, and that's what Kent's got going on, and Matt Brabham, and absolutely so much going on. It looks like some splitter repair with some high-strength adhesive tape going on the 24 right now for TA. If you have damage to the front of your car and that bodywork, what it can do is it can disrupt the cooling of the radiator.
Yeah.
And if you're not moving air through that core, your engine temp's going to go through the roof almost immediately.
Well, we've seen it in Mid-Ohio, and you'll remember this, that when you get grass in the grill, which often happens with the grass being so close at Mid-Ohio, that it gets in the grill, and like you say, your engine temperature, I remember it happening to Ernie Francis Jr., his temperatures went through the roof. Yep. And they had to come in.
Say you're doing absolutely what you should be doing as a driver, and the car in front of you puts 2 tires off into the grass. Suddenly, the car behind has a front duct that's nearly completely clogged, and you got yourself a problem. And it looks like Ken Thwaites got around Wally. This is awesome racing here as they fly through turn 1. More of those bumps that we're talking about as these cars are just all in the mail.
Absolutely. Wally Dallenbach, one of the greats, multiple TA champion or Trans Am champion, coming back to throw his hook at some more racing and just as quick as ever. But now Thwaites is ahead of him in 4th place and now chasing down Keith Grant, who will want that podium badly as Adam Andretti continues in 2nd and Matt Brabham continues to lead this race.
The acceleration of these cars 2,500 pounds, almost 900 horsepower in some cases.
Yeah.
This, I mean, it's wild. The tires are huge. This is like go-kart racing on steroids here. And we're seeing two vets right now, door to door at Sebring.
Well, let me ask you a question. You talk about unlimited. Where's the point of no return? I mean, if you had 1,000 horsepower, you wouldn't get any grip, would you?
That's the thing. Like when the conditions allow, running on 7 cylinders versus 8 could help you. Like, for example, Lime Rock in the rain. Less power usually means more grip, more forward drive. These cars, you really got to be on top of the throttle pedal.
Ken Thwaites is exactly doing that at the moment. You can see his RPM, you can see the gauge, the actual gauge above where it tells him where to change gear and what's going on with the revs.
Yep. Oh, and he's wide again. He's wide again in 14.
That's where he was wide earlier.
It was, but I saw his speed at 156 miles an hour through Bishop's Bend. That's the fastest I've seen him yet. So he overdid it a little bit, gained some time, and then lost some time.
On board with Ken Thwaites, great character. Full throttle down the Oldham Straight and down into the last corner. Now he brakes heavily. Just flipping the throttle as he goes through. Here comes the Mercedes again. This has been a good battle, and in fact, they're going to be overall. Danny Lowry, 6th overall, but leading in XGT. Fantastic stuff.
Absolutely, and we're going to be looking at 5 laps to go here shortly. And at this point, I think it could still be Adam's race. We're not quite sure, but Adam could very well have this one won if he can catch Matt Brabham, who's still leading the front of the TA pack.
So then, we'll go through the rest of them. In GT, Tyler Hoffman leading the way over Billy Griffin and Chris Coffey. We've seen the battle for XGT. We're watching it right now. Danny Lowry leading it ahead of Nathan Bird in the 911. Tommy Dreesy has dropped down to 8th after his drive-through. Lee Saunders still leading in SGT. The Floridan in the Dodge Viper, 9th overall, but leading. Go back on board with Tommy Dreesy. He's back out on track after that drive-through. And the reason for that drive-through, if you missed it, he just got too good a start. He went to the outside at the restart, and obviously Hoots and his team looked at it and said, no, a little too quick off the draw there, Tommy.
Yep, so the rule is in Trans Am, on the initial start as well as the restarts, you cannot pop out or pass before the start-finish line.
Okay.
And that is what Dreesy did. And you know what? Credit to his guys calling it green, because maybe they were on it a little bit better than the cars in front, and he tried to take advantage of it. But too much of a good thing is ultimately bad, and he had to serve a drive-through penalty as a result.
But not with ice cream, right?
Not with ice cream or any type of sugary sweet.
Just checking.
Exactly.
No, you're absolutely right. You want to hit it on the mark. It's like anything. It's like, hitting the gun on 100 meters. You just want to hit it as it goes to green. And sometimes you can misjudge it, but if you get it right on the number, you can really make up a lot of difference. And he did do just that. Yep. But he got penalized, and that's the way it goes.
You can see the language of Dreesy's car as he goes through the minimum speed part of the turn. The front of the car is washing side to side a little bit, and he's losing grip. He's getting everything he can and more out of the tire, and the car starts to slide around as a result as he slams the brakes into 17 and just absolutely hauls it over these big bumps. Look at that fireball.
Now, we just heard that Justin Marks lost voltage alarm on his power system. Does that mean anything to you? I'm not familiar with that.
Yeah, so, just like your traditional road car, these cars have alternators, usually driven by a drive shaft or potentially by the engine. And if you get any dirt or debris or enough of that or a cooling duct problem, it'll overheat, it'll stop producing the necessary voltage to run the car. And then you're sitting there, and that may be what happened to the 99.
You see, they use sophisticated lingo on me. If you'd have said the alternator went, well, I got it. So, this battle between Dollenbach and Ken Thwaites. Ken will be enjoying this. This is one of the greats of Trans Am that Ken is trying to hold off right here. And I think Wally's enjoying it too.
Absolutely. They're fighting for a top 5. These are critical points, so Ken's going to do everything he can to keep him behind, but as you can see, he's just not sticking to that apex curbing as you would like. The tires are probably, nearly at the end of their life, the brakes, etc. And let's not forget how torturous it can be on the driver themselves to wheel these things for 100 miles.
Yeah, no kidding. Ultimate Headers are the sponsors of Wally's car, and they put in a good performance this weekend. Ken doing everything in his power to hold him off. Comes through that section where he's made a few mistakes. today.
Oh,
no problems
Ken.
this time.
Yep, again,
No,
not
I know
getting
he
to
did,
the
didn't he?
inside. He's not getting to the inside there like he needs to. So he's definitely got his hands full with this car and all of his Faro. But he's doing a great job keeping a real vet behind him.
Yeah, let's see how close Wally gets to him this time as they dive towards the last corner, Sunset Bend.
We can see his hands inside on the lower left there as he pushes that car through, and all those bumps on his body, his helmet shaking side to side as he works his way back to the throttle pedal, all the way to the wall, doing everything he can. Yeah,
he's actually done a good job because Wally was closer, and so in a straight line, there's no question that the power of Ken's car, the Camaro, the Franklin Road Apparel Camaro, of course, that's his company in Nashville, Tennessee. And now the Showtime Franklin and Road Apparel car team growing exponentially, certainly in TA2. And Ken making this his last TA year. And I think he'll go back to managing what is a very vast team now in TA2. 24 of the 27 gone. All sorts of battles throughout. Here comes your SGT leader. That's Lee Saunders. Great character. Loves the Viper. Has been with it forever in those colors and that number. Since I started doing Trans Am, and he's always great to talk to. Tends not to go to the West Coast, stays on the east side, but you'll see Lee Saunders in action as the season goes on, and he's 9th overall as well. That's a good result for him too. As we take a look at the Griffin, former GT champion in the Griffin Auto Care Sheehan Racing car.
A bit of a spread between P1 and 2 there with Scott Griffin in that Ford Mustang chasing down the Audi R8.
Yeah, there he is. Griffin also basing himself here in Florida. So there's some 5 Florida-based drivers involved in this race this weekend, so good to see. And a lot of them in action, actually, including David Pitaric over the winter and the SEC runoffs and getting prizes and points in other championships, just keeping themselves honed in for the season ahead. Of course, Connor Zillage winning in the Miatas. And no change at the front. Brabham Andretti still going at it, but Brabham's got a healthy lead now over Andretti. Keith Grant holding on to 3rd place, and Ken Thwaites still 4th. As we look at the number 40 coming through our shot.
Absolutely, flying out of turn 1, the number 40, and that is another Showtime car.
Keith Grant, of course, looking for a good result here. Yeah, I forgot, of course, Showtime. Keith Grant in that stable and just really making his way in TA. He's been doing a lot of sports car racing. The Grants have a heavy presence here, but first time we've really seen Keith at the sharp end. We saw him briefly last year, and now he's very confident indeed here in Trans Am and looking for this podium here. Currently in 3rd position, 25 of the 27 to go. Joe Stevens and Johnny Green bringing you the action from TA here in the sunshine of Sebring. Don't forget, all the highlights of both TA2 and TA will be on MAV TV if you want to catch it again and tell your friends about the fastest growing motorsport and the best growing motorsport in the US of A, and it's muscle cars. Trans Am, Brabham leading the way. I'm sure Sir Jack would be very proud to see a member of his family running around in America as Sir Jack did back in the day, and of course as Jeff, John and many others have done for the Brabhams. It's great to see.
Yep, I'm just getting word from pit lane that Matt Brabham just doing his best to maintain the gap. The Jim Weed car is absolutely flying, and it seems to be doing everything that the driver asks. So right now, it's just making sure we maintain this gap, don't over or underdo it. We are nearing the checkered flag here.
Yep, and there's the all-ground number 21 of Adam Andretti, and this would be a 1-2 for Chris Dyson, and that's more important perhaps for Chris if he can't finish the race to get his other 2 steers in a 1-2 situation is the perfect start. And in fact, it was Dyson's birthday on Friday. I had a brief chat with him, and he said, you know what? I said, yeah, you brought in some British, you brought in Brabham, you brought in Andretti. And he said, you know what? I just want to get off to a good start to the season. And it hasn't gone well for him, but that's why you do that. That's why you bring in other drivers and why it's worth the expense of doing so. Dyson, not afraid to spend the money if it's money well spent.
Yep, absolutely. And let's not forget, Tommy Dreese, following that drive-through, has worked his way up to 6th, and he's going almost 4 seconds faster per lap than the car in front, which is the number 4 of Wally Dallenbach.
All right, we're going to try and see if we can find the number 8 out on track. He's 6, as you say, behind Wally Dallenbach. We're watching second place Adam Andretti as he weaves his way through the track, just trying to maintain everything. This will be an important one for Adam. He was up here in the commentary booth. It's an important season for Adam Andretti. He's been around Trans Am a long time. He's a great driver. He's capable of either TA or TA2 or anything else you want to throw him in. But he really wants to turn around what was a tough season for the three-dimensional services team last year. Didn't have many highs, quite a few lows. A lot not his fault at all. And Matos thinking he'd won the championship as teammate, but in the end it went for a countback, and sadly they lost out to, of course, Thomas Merrill, who was absolutely delighted with his first Trans Am victory.
Yep, what a crazy end of the TA2 season last year, and an incredible start to it this year.
So here comes Matt Brabham out of the heat haze in the pink and white. Jim Weed, number 20.
Yep, just getting around Chris Coffey in that amazing Maserati, the Auto Italia Maserati, nice. A gorgeous car out there. And he's still hanging in third, Chris Coffey. So here we see the leader coming out of turn 17, and the white flag flies. One more lap to go.
One more lap to go for Matthew Brabham of Australia. And I would say America too, because he's been here ever since pretty much. Grew up racing here. And obviously following in the footsteps of David and Jeff. And the Brabhams that have come before. An absolute legacy in Australian racing, just as the Andrettis are here, and so many other families that have raced here in different iterations. Great to see them all racing together here in Trans Am. We had Pirelli Jones represented, we had Richard Petty represented by himself, of course.
Oh man, this car is still flying as it comes into turn 7. And it looks like, a slight off track from the 14 there as he exits 7 as Matt Brabham moves towards the checkered flag.
Yeah, Billy Griffin taking avoiding action. I don't know what he did there. Maybe he was unsighted there a little bit, didn't expect the leaders to be coming through, but he went off onto the grass for a second. But yeah, absolutely on rails at the moment, Adam and Matt Brabham in both of their Ford Mustangs.
Yep. Hats off to the Dyson crew. Unfortunately, a vibration ended Chris Dyson's race, but we've got 2 of the Chris Dyson cars up front, and they've done a wonderful job here this race.
Well, they used to call it the Pony Wars as the Mustangs took on all comers, and this war has definitely been a war of attrition, and it's been won by the ponies of Ford Mustang as Brabham and Andretti march on to what will be a famous victory for the Dyson Racing team. And it has been an immaculate performance by both drivers. Sadly, Chris Dyson coming to a stop, not quite sure why, but either way, he does not get to finish the race. Coming across the line in third will be Keith Grant if he holds it all together. But here comes your leader and winner, Matthew Brabham, into the Sunset Bend for the last time. And it was an accomplished performance by Matthew Brabham, who wins here at Sebring.
Awesome job. Just an incredible drive from Matt for this race. And Adam Andretti right there. P1 and 2 come across the line. Awesome. Keith Grant, let's not forget. Excellent. P3, last step on the podium. And not far behind him, Ken Thwaites, who had an amazing hard charge from 11th to 4th. Just an incredible drive.
That is, in terms of points, Ken Thwaites going to be well happy with his day at the office. He made a few mistakes, is obviously not 100% happy with the car itself, but to come back the way he has is absolutely incredible. Wally Dallenbach takes 5th. Tommy Dreese, likewise, similar story, to finish 6th after all the trials and tribulations of a drive-through and the problems he had to do of starting at the back. Great result. Danny Lowry wins in XGT ahead of Nathan Bird. Lee Saunders wins in SGT. Tyler Hoffman in GT. He wins and takes 10th overall.
And awesome. And then there we get to see the side of that Bennett Racing Mercedes GT3 car going into 17 one last time.
Well done, Danny Lowry, as he comes to the checkered flag and wins in XGT. The lights blazing on what has been an immaculate performance. Following him home, Nathan Bird in the Porsche. But boy, Joe Stevens just reflect a second. That had everything, didn't it?
Wow, that was insane. I mean, really, the race early on was Dyson and Justin Marks, and that's what I predicted. Unfortunately, both of those cars having mechanical issues, which stopped them to getting the checkered flag, but the intensity didn't slow. Adam just carving his way through that, through that pack to finish right behind Chris Dyson's teammate, Matt Brabham. What an awesome race. 100 miles here at Sebring International Raceway. It was a thrill.
Yeah, it wasn't the defense of his title that Chris Dyson was expecting, but he'd already made plans just in case, and they worked out just fine. A 1-2 for his team, and, well, it certainly wasn't the race that Tommy Dreesy wanted. He missed the driver's briefing. He won't do that again. And he also had a drive-through penalty for the restart, and I wouldn't say he won't do that again, but he might try to be a little bit more cautious next time out. I love Tommy.
Yeah, Tommy keeps it interesting, that's for sure, and an incredible drive, starting from the back, having a drive-through, finishing just outside the top 5. That's a home run.
Say again? Ken Thwaites then on board with him as he slows down. And in a moment, Ben Sissel will be down in pit lane to talk to the top 3. And Joe, while we've got a moment, your year ahead, TA2, how's it looking?
Yeah, it's looking like it's going to be a challenge as always, but we are absolutely up for it. We are representing Cube 3, Berryman products, and Liquimoly as we have.
And Berryman's been with you, what, 6 years?
Yes, so has Liquimoly, and now we've got 2 amazing drivers.
Check 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2.
And
check
we've
check
got
1 2 1 2 1 2.
As well as we have Josh Sarchett, who's an LMP3 champion.
Check,
so
check,
a
1
great
2 1
lineup of fewer cars than we typically run. 4 or 5 is our usual number. We're going to slow things down a little bit on the car count so we can focus on the performance of our cars.
Great to have you in the booth. Joe Stevens will be watching out for Stevens Miller Racing as the season unfolds. Josh Sargent and Nathan Hearn, the Australian champion. Talking of Australian champions, there he is! Woo! Matthew Brabham, the Jim Weed man, does it in the number 20, and the love he's like Clint Eastwood. He's like the ultimate ringer. You bring him into town when there's trouble, and he just delivers 6 shooting all the way to the checkered flag. And look who's the first to greet him, the boss. Let's head down to Ben Sissel, who I'm sure will have some fun with these 2.
Well, check this out, ladies and gentlemen. We've got Chris Dyson here with Matt, and while Matt is getting out of his helmet, Chris, what happened to you out there?
Yeah, it was a real shame. We were running 2-3 there, just biding our time, just trying to make our move on Justin. It was a hell of a race up to that point, and we just lost power in the 16 car. And I tried to get it around, but the temperature started to go off the clock, so I had to pull off in 17, unfortunately. Brilliant job for Matt, though. Great job for Adam picking up the pieces here, and 1-2 for the team.
Nice. I love it. Matt Brabham, here's a little towel for you if you need it. How does it feel to win here at Sebring? And what is your TA record now?
It's pretty good, but it's all thanks to Chris and the team and the sponsors and Jim Weed and everyone that puts this car together, because it was a race of attrition out there today. Bumpy track like Sebring, it can be hard on these cars, and yeah, I mean, I was just lucky to finish. Obviously, pick up the pieces. Chris was fast there. Obviously, had some issues, and it was fun racing with Justin Marks too. It was a good race until it ended for him. So super happy. I mean, it's so great to be a part of the series, and it's so much fun.
How do these TA cars handle Sebring in what I would call pretty hot conditions?
Yeah, I mean, they jump around a lot. I mean, I feel like sometimes you hit a bump and you're going to take off like the airplanes over the back there. But no, they're so much fun. I mean, we're doing sub 2-minute lap times, and that's getting around here. So I mean, they're just so much fun to drive. I mean, they're just absolute beasts. And when you get a car like this and you're racing side by side, leaning on each other, it's nothing better.
I love it, Matt Brabham. Congratulations. Let's come over and find Adam Andretti, because Adam Andretti didn't even know he was coming here to do this, and then to finish second, unbelievable.
Yeah, I mean, I can't thank these guys enough at CD Racing, and like I said in the pre-race, I didn't let Chris get the sentence out of his mouth before I jumped on this opportunity, and awesome job by Matthew Brabham. I mean, what kind of winning percentage do you have to have in any certain series before you're looked at? And I just love the fact that he's here with us in Trans Am. That's one of the most talented people you ever care to be around, So to Chris Dyson and the opportunity here, all Graham, get well, Humaid. We'll see you again soon, I'm sure of it. But hopefully we gave your hot rod a good ride today, and I feel very, very fortunate and blessed to be here and to be a part of this whole group. And I'm over the moon. It's been rough, and on top of it, like who gets to say that they raced fiercely with two Boris Eds that are two different people in 2 different days in 2 different classes? And I got that opportunity, and I'm just very grateful and blessed. Thank you, Ben.
Perfect.
Thank you, everybody.
Adam Andretti second, but really one of the stories here that's just crazy, Keith Grant coming out here in what I would call the most stacked field in TA, limited experience in TA, 3rd place. That's got to feel really good.
It does. It feels really good. I had a great weekend. Showtime gave me a great car from the beginning, and just wish I could have gotten a little better start and been able to run with these guys, but I don't think there was any chance of running with Brabham today. He had a really good car and did a really good job.
Nice. Well, there it is, ladies and gentlemen, our podium in TA. We're about to do the podium celebrations as team owner Ken Thwaites comes in, but Jonathan and Joe, back to you.
Great stuff. Thanks, Ben. And, yeah, nice to hear from our top 3. No surprises. Great to see Keith Grant there helping his team boss, who's also putting in a good result in that race. Let's take a look at the results then. Confirmation of the provisional results. Matt Brabham, superb. What a history he's creating now in Trans Am. Adam Andretti, once again, a brilliant come from nowhere, 2nd place. And I say nowhere because he was filling in for Masood in 2nd place. Keith Grant gets on the podium in the first race of the year. Ken Thwaites, his team boss, is behind him in 4th. Then Dollenbach in 5th place. Welcome back, Wally. Tommy Dreesy, great race, up to 6th place from the back. Danny Lowry, 7th and leading in XGT, winning in XGT. Obviously, Dollenbach winning in historic Trans Am as the only competitor in that one. Lee Saunders wins in SGT in 9th place overall. Nathan Bird just ahead is 2nd in XGT, and GT is won by Chris Coffey. And Randy Hale just behind him in XGT. Billy Griffin in 13th position. Matthew Bootson in 14th. Boris said Justin Marks, sadly, obviously all of the next ones not finishing, with Marks going out with an electrical alternator problem. Menard likewise having gear shift problems. Dyson just explained what went wrong with him. No finish for him. Likewise Pintarik and Grant.
Yeah, what a wild race. Hats off to the Jim Weed Ford Mustangs. Just an incredible drive from Matt Brabham. Jim Weed is actually a Greg Pickett company, and obviously that partnership seems to be working really well.
So then, that's the result of what has been a great weekend of racing. Let's take a look at some of the highlights, starting with TA, and it had everything. I mean, really, we didn't know which way to look at some point. But anyway, it started off nice and clean. Right from the get-go, Marks on the right-hand side gets up the inside. On the outside, Menard got a flyer. Dreesy also going very strong early on and moving up the field, having started at the back, and he was making overtakes like it was no tomorrow, going past Ken Thwaites at turn 1 here. And obviously in the thick of it, Boris said, likewise Andretti. Menard dropped back a bit. Then Dyson would go out while challenging for the lead with Brabham, and that changed the complexion of the race because the safety car came out. Boris said was going strong at that time. Billy Griffin was good, but there was no stopping this man, Matthew Brabham, who takes victory at Sebring. We'll take a short break here from Sebring. We'll be right back with more to wrap it all up after this.
The checkered flag, I believe it is. Ryan Nim hitting the win.
A force of nature? Man, that's good water. I feel like Chuck Norris. Seaforce water is a force of nature. What can it do for you?
All right, Sebring International Raceway, let's make some noise for the Trans Am Series presented by Pirelli. Come on, people, come on into the bullpen. If you're out there, come on in. We are all inclusive here at the Trans Am Series presented by Pirelli. Coming to these fences, we've got some giveaways to throw out to everybody. Let's celebrate. I need everybody to be super loud and proud and show everybody why Sebring is one of the most fantastic race venues in the world. Do you guys believe that about Sebring? There we go. I like this place. All right, we are going to start out in the National Championship GT. New to the series, came to us for the first time at Circuit of the Americas, had a great showing there. He's been in the paddock for a long time, but let's hear it. Third place in that Maserati, Chris Coffey. Where is he? Here he comes, right from the back, from the crowd. Chris Coffey, Norwood Auto Italia. He's got a lot to explain about that car. Unbelievable. Last year's GT overall winner and champion. Let's hear it. In second place, Billy Griffin, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, I think so too.
And in first place in GT, in that Audi R8, number 91, let's hear it, Tyler Hoffman. Do you want me to talk to Hoffman? You think he's in second?
I do. Yeah. Congratulations. I broke in the white.
Did you guys hear that honesty? Billy Griffin, you're going to have to explain that. Hold on.
Nice trophy anyway, so I figured I'd get one.
So Billy Griffin is saying that...
I broke in turn 7. I broke an axle in turn 7 in a white flag lap, and he passed me, so I'm pretty sure he won.
Well, this has never happened. I don't know what to do here, ladies and gentlemen. The own driver is saying he should change steps, but I'm going to have to go with, what do we go with here, John? Timing and scoring? We're going to have to hold on. Little commercial break. Well, Billy, that's unbelievable. I've just never had that happen. Usually it's the other way around, and, you know, people are like, that's my spot. But he's like, I'll give the spot.
It's against my personality, if you really
want. It is, yeah. I'm not used to that. All right, let's give it up for Billy Griffin, and you guys switch. Oh, my goodness. How about that for sportsmanship? Oh, my God. Well, Billy, you know I love you, and now that love has just increased. Unbelievable. So tell us about your race out there.
The car has been giving us trouble all weekend long. It wouldn't shift. Qualified and stayed in first gear. It wouldn't come out of third gear. It was a nightmare. The race started. It did it again. So I first 4 laps or whatever was doing it. It's got some kind of emergency override stupid button I was trying to hit and beat up and punch and kick. So finally started working. I started catching up. I finally got a caution. Thank you, whoever did that. I got my lap back. This young man made a mistake, little greasy tires. I capitalized on it. It was awesome. I had a lot of fun doing that. I was glad that he didn't do anything crazy. He was very gracious when I went around, and then the car started rattling like you wouldn't believe, and I said, oh, the axle's going to go. So this place, if you want to learn what your car can do, this is the place to do it, that's for sure.
Nice. I love it. Billy Griffin. And Billy, keep this up. I love this version of Billy Griffin. So much fun. And then it seems like that's the theme. I know you've been chasing gremlins all weekend, rewiring, changing computer systems, but you finished the race, Coffee.
Yeah, I mean, I'm so happy to finish the race. I feel Billy's problems here because I've gone through 2 axles, a wheel bearing, no shifting, all kinds of problems, down on power. Basically showed up and was just drinking through a fire hose. So he definitely managed his tires a lot better. After that last restart, I was just on marbles, basically. So congrats to him. It sucks that he broke an axle. He really earned the second place, but I'll take it. So
nice. I love it. Yeah, you got to finish, right? And that's the crazy thing about the Trans Am Series. The series started here at Sebring. Sebring is a rough track to start at. It really makes you prove your car and what you can do in the offseason. And Tyler Hoffman, I got to give it up to you, man. Nice job.
Oh, thank you very much. It was a blast out there. Thank you to Mike Attaway for the privilege to drive his car. Unfortunately, he got sick and asked me to fill in for him, so it's a privilege and an honor to be up here racing with these guys. Thank you.
Nice. Well, check that out. Let's hear it. GT. I've never seen that before in motorsports, to give away a place like that. Billy Griffin, Chris Coffey, Tyler Hoffman, Ford Mustang, Maserati, Audi R8. Throw those out to the fans. All right, Billy, here's your time for redemption. What kind of arm? Oh, look at that. That's the best arm yet. Billy Griffin, the adrenaline still going. Chris Coffey, the nice leisurely throw out there. Chris, nice job, man. I'm proud of you guys. Billy Griffin, that's one of the coolest things I've seen in motorsports. That's awesome, dude. One more time, ladies and gentlemen, Billy Griffin, Chris Kaufman, Chris Coffey, Tyler Hoffman, Ford, Maserati, Audi. It's fun to see these GT classes growing like this, too. Oh, we're doing this, he says. Here it comes, here it comes. Oh, yeah. Hey, Chris Coffey, how about a little Ric Flair? Woo! Yes, nice, I love it. One more time, Billy Griffin, Chris Coffey, Tyler Hoffman. Tyler, welcome. That was quite a showing. Super GT. Oh, don't forget your $50 at Summit Motorsports either. After that race, you guys need that $50. Seems like all your cars are breaking. First in Super GT, that beautiful Dodge Viper in his home state. So if you're from Florida, you better get loud for Lee Saunders. Jump on up, yeah. Okay. So second, look, John is telling me what happened. Second and third did not complete enough laps to deserve a step up here. So you're up here all by your lonesome, Lee. How's it feel?
Really good. It was obviously really hot out there today. Cool shirt quit before we pulled out, so I was ready to see this one done. Unfortunately, Larry and Kaylee couldn't finish. They were really doing well. Hate that for them. Wanted to see them out there, obviously. So, but really, thank you to my team. Kevin Smith, everybody, Dylan and Eddie. Thanks for their help this weekend, and thanks for Trans Am for putting on a fantastic race.
Nice. I love it. Let's hear it. Lee Saunders and that beautiful SGT Dodge Viper. Used to being on the top step here at Sebring International Raceway. And how about a hand for Sebring International Raceway? All their enhancements. I love coming here year after year. Seems like they make a ton of enhancements for you, the spectators. I love that. Lee Saunders taking a little victory drink there. Spitting out one for the homies, or maybe it's too hot. Hold that up. Let's hear it. Lee Saunders, ladies and gentlemen. Lee, nice job. You scared your competition away. XGT. So excited for this, to see a big field of XGT. In third place, Extreme GT in that number 31. Let's hear it. Randy Hale. Where is Randy? There he is. Here he comes. Randy joined us on the podium here last year, so you get right up on there, Randy. In second place, first time in Trans Am. This dude has raced with us the last couple years and just about everything. Racing with TLM this year, number 88, Nathan Bird, ladies and gentlemen. Let's hear it. He's been in SVRA races this weekend, in a Porsche and in an open wheel car. He's been in International GT and now in Trans Am. So cool to see. And then one of my favorite drivers was with us in just about everything last year in the number 42 Bridge Hole machine. Let's hear it. Danny Lowry. Danny, you raced so many cars with us, I had to peek back there to make sure I had the right car. Randy Hale, welcome back. You did Sebring with us last year, Road Atlanta, correct? Road Atlanta you started. All right, tell us about your race out there.
It was horrible. So, put a lot of, I guess we entertained everybody, but we tried to just finish the race. So,
anybody you want to thank?
Thank Diane, who supports me over here, and my kids at home. So,
ladies and gentlemen, how about a hand for the honesty of these drivers? Don't you like that? Isn't that a little bit refreshing? I like that. All right, Nathan Bird, dude, welcome to Trans Am. So cool to see you in every single series here. And it seems like last year you tried to race every weekend. So is it fun to be in the Trans Am series?
Oh yeah, it's really, really fun to be in the Trans Am series, and I can't wait to race all the rest of the weekends I'm going to be doing with SVRA and Trans Am, jumping between 3 classes and 2 different cars, sometimes 3 different cars. And it's going to be a lot of fun going throughout the year and battling with these guys in XGT with the Porsche. It's really, really fun, and it's really challenging. I'd really like to thank TLM for just all the hard work in prepping the car, 3 different classes, back and forth, different race fuels, tire changes, managing things, and it's really a blast working with those guys, and I can't wait to go forward and with the continuing weekends.
Nice. I love it. Yeah. Where'd that come from? Oh, right there, David Tuati. Nice. All right. Danny Lowry, this weekend in the Mercedes, right? How was your race out there?
Ooh, it was warm. But I had a great race. I had a great car. Had a lot of fun competing with these guys today. Young Nathan right here, he was eating my bumper up most of the time, and I think his tires went before mine did. He's one hell of a race car driver, I can tell you that, and I'm hoping we see him out here all year long. Had a great time out there. I'd like to thank my wife, Paige, is here with us today, and my daughter, Hannah Lee, son-in-law, Cole, and my Bennett family of companies, and Bridge Hall, and Ricky Sanders Racing.
I love it. And I got to give it up, Danny Lowry. We had Richard Petty here, and Danny Lowry bought Richard Petty's hats for charity to give to Richard Petty's Camp for Kids, so Victory Junction. So let's hear it. Danny Lowry in first, Nathan Bird second, Randy Hale third. Hold those trophies up, guys, if you've got the strength left. There we go. Then we're going to come up here for the hat dance. Eric Whitnable. Well, Nathan Bird, it's awesome to see you up here, man. And now you're just going to be super busy, right, Tuati? Randy Hale, I made a comment about those shoes in Atlanta. It looks like you haven't put a mark on them. They look good. Very nice. All right, let's get it out, Sebring. One more time. Randy Hale, Nathan Bird, Danny Lowry, Extreme GT. I love that this class is growing. I think Nathan's got to go to an enduro. Yeah, he's got to race an enduro, so he can't smell of alcohol. But he's got to go. You can't smell of alcohol in a race car. Oh, and then, well, pour one out for the homies or something. Here we go. Let's hear it. Danny Lowry. He'll celebrate, maybe. Oh, maybe not. All right, there we go. You got to work on that, Danny Lowry. All right, ladies and gentlemen, TA. Hard-fought battle out there. Unbelievable battle. In TA Masters, Franklin Road Apparel, Showtime Motorsports. Where is Ken Twaits? TA Masters, let's hear it. Bringing out 3 cars to this battle, and I think 4 TA2 cars. Is that right? Let's get up on the top step, Ken. Yeah. Yeah, I told Ken today, I said, Ken, you might have a problem. We might need to have an intervention because this addiction has gone a little bit deep. But, man, TA Masters fighting to try to make it to the podium, right behind in 4th place, but then having Wally and Tommy Dreesy coming up behind you. Great race.
Yeah, it was awesome. I tried to finish 10th all day long, but, we ended up 4th, so it was awesome. Wally and I always have good races. We're good friends from a long time ago. He's beat me the last 2 times. He was not going to beat me today, man. It was fun.
I love it. Let's hear it for Ken Twaits. Ken, do you want to thank your team owner?
Hey, I don't want to do that, but I want to thank Keith. Keith did a great job. Keith Grant for Showtime. Adam Andretti, way to go, man. He's a buddy of mine. He kicked butt today. And Matthew Brabham, way to go, guys.
Nice. All right, hold on, Ken. You got to hold that thing up, right? Right? Yeah, hold on. Hold that up. Let's hear it. Ken Twaits, Masters, TA. And then you got to change hats. Hold on, Ken. And if you're wondering, this great shirt that I'm wearing is from Franklin Road Apparel. And you can order the shirt at franklinroad.com. What is it?
franklinroad.com. And, hey, that's slimming, man.
It is. I'm a lot fatter than this, if you can imagine that. One more time. Ken Twaits, Masters, TA. Look at that. Ooh, who's got it? Oh, man, he didn't want to grab it. I think he's afraid of your cooties. Hey, Ken, congratulations. Good start. Good start. Ladies and gentlemen, in my probably 10 years with Trans Am, I've never seen the TA class thicker than this with talent. So excited for this year, and we're about to bring them up. I need everybody to get super loud here at Sebring. In third place in this beautiful Franklin Road Apparel Showtime Motorsports car from Tennessee, Memphis, Tennessee. Let's hear it, Keith Grant. Kind of new in the series. Here, Keith, if I'll get you up there. He's been helping me out commentating in the booth this weekend. He raced in TA2, but he's always around to drive, and he's always down to drive anything. He even mentioned today he'd like to drive a vintage 2002. We have an Andretti in the series, in both series. Let's hear it. Adam Andretti, second place with that beautiful all-gram Ford Mustang. We got a Ford racing fan out there. Unbelievable. Oh, here we go. Andretti. Got some Jim Weed energy going to you. All right. Our queen of PR, she was telling me this. Matthew Brabham has raced in 6 Trans Am races. He has gotten first 4 times, and he's gotten second 2 times. That's got to be one of the best records ever in professional racing. In this beautiful pink car, let's hear it, Matthew Brabham. Sporting that new Jim Weed suit. Awesome job. And we were talking about this. The Brabham family has so much history here at Sebring. So cool to have them here. So, Keith, you've been watching your dad in the TA series for years. You finally started joining us, and look, here you are on the podium.
Yeah, it's pretty surprising. I'm glad to be here, and really had a great weekend, and glad I compete like we did. Showtime gave me a great car. Been able to run up near the front all weekend, and just glad I could finish right up near the front. I want to thank Showtime, my wife Kim, for her support this weekend, and my family.
And now I'm looking at your car, looking for some sponsors to read off. It looks like you've got some real estate possibly for sale.
That's right. Hey, you're welcome to put your name on the side, but it's going to cost you.
I love it. You can put your name on that car, but it's going to cost you, he says. Adam Andretti, buddy. High five, man.
Yeah,
nice job. That's got to be so much fun.
Oh, it's beyond fun, and I can't thank CD Racing enough, Chris Dyson, the Dyson family, all Graham, this is Humaid's car, and to have the privilege to drive it, and I know Matt knows that privilege as well, as he stepped in that seat many a times, and it's a perennial podium finisher, and I was so fortunate to get the show that I had of Matty racing Justin there. It was a great battle between him and the 99, and just really fortunate to be here, really grateful and blessed, and thank you to all you fans that showed up and are here fighting through this Florida heat and cheering us on. We know you're out there, we see you, and we can't thank you all enough, but all Graham and Jim Weed, and come get your Jim Weed if you haven't tried it out, but it's been an awesome weekend, and I thank you to Trans Am and Pirelli Motorsports Holdings and everyone involved. It's Greenlight TV. You all just rock and make our lives just so much fun.
Nice. I love it. Adam Andretti, ladies and gentlemen. And I have this song in my head. You know that song, All I Do Is Win, Win, Win. I feel like that's your song, Matt Brabham. How does it feel to be on the top step again with us in TA?
If you ask the karaoke experts down there, that's not the song. That's not my go-to song in the bar. So, but I won't sing that today. So no, it was unbelievable weekend. Obviously, Chris was really fast in the race, and Justin was too. But they had issues, and this track is just really hard on the cars. So I was just fortunate. Adam was fortunate, and to share the podium with these guys is so cool, especially having Adam here. The name Brabham Andretti at a track like this with so much history is just it's pretty cool. And the series with so much history too. Trans Am is just unbelievable. So much fun, and obviously thank you to Chris, the team. They deserve the 1-2, so I'm so happy to get it for those guys. And we had a good birthday weekend celebration with everyone, and Jim Weed and Allgram and all the sponsors that prepped these cars. I mean, we made it to the end and got the 1-2, and we survived, so it was great.
Nice. I love it. How cool is that, ladies and gentlemen? All right, hold those trophies up. Look at Chris there for the photos, and the Jim Weed. Look at that. All right, and then if you'll put down the trophies, we're going to check out your arms here. We're going to see who's got the best arm. A little judge. We got some people wanting it back there. We got some people back here that want it. You got to get loud, crowd, to get a hat. You got to work for these hats. There we go. Ooh, a little. Come on, Andretti. Let's see what you got. Oh, that's pretty good. That's pretty good. Oh, there we go. Jumps up for it. Nice grab. Then we're going to switch the hats. Thank you to Pirelli and our marketing partners and these beautiful new trophies from Jostens. I'm really digging these new trophies. Jostens, thank you for coming on board for 2023. All right, lift up those beautiful Jostens trophies. Let's hear it. Come on, Sebring, get loud one more time. Keith Grant, there's Chris Coffey. Adam Andretti, Matt Brabham up here. Sebring International Raceway for the Sebring SpeedTour. Some wine coming up. Champagne, I'm sorry. Champagne. What are you guys doing? You drinking it? You spraying it? Oh, I see how it is. Great. I'm going to get pulled over tonight, and the cop's going to be like, you smell like alcohol, son. All right, come on, ladies and gentlemen. Keith Grant, Adam Andretti, Matthew Brabham. Actually, that felt pretty good. Thank you for that. And ladies and gentlemen, if you want some gym weed, come over here, step up here. This dude's got some gym weed for you. All right, so Matt Brabham, I need you to stay up here. And hold on. We'll do family photos here in a second. And Keith, stand by, okay? But Matt Brabham, if you'll get up on the top step, if you don't mind. Adam Andretti, I'm playing you off, buddy. That's a wrap on Andretti. All right, MCO Gears. The MCO Top Gear Award is going to be presented by Tom Glad of MCO Gears. And this is a rough track on the gearboxes. So, Tom Glad, if you'll stand up there, hold up that check, gentlemen. Yeah, Ashley says you're missing a few zeros there. $500 goes to Matthew Brabham there. Ladies and gentlemen, MCO Top Gear Award. Let's hear it. It's little things like this from our sponsors and marketing partners that keep our drivers going, and this track is definitely rough on the gearboxes, so thank you so much for that. And then another one of our great marketing partners. Let's bring up Matt Gouge from Cool Shirt, and definitely everybody needed a Cool Shirt system in their car today. Mac and Keith, if you guys will stand right here. Right here, is that okay, Chris? Okay. Hold that up, Mac, and I got to brag on Mac a little bit because he has upped the ante. $500 a product goes to the winner of the Cool Shirt Move of the race, which goes to Keith Grant. For Keith Grant, new to the series, just is coming up and making your way to the podium. Congratulations. And Mac, thank you, and Cool Shirt for all your help. Thank you guys so much. That does it for the Trans Am Series presented by Pirelli. But we will be back here next year, right? I love starting the season here. The Sebring SpeedTour back here next year. There's more racing still to come with SVRA. And then we've got a Dyson family photo up here. So Dyson, bring them all up, buddy. Thank you guys so much for coming out.
So that concludes the podium celebrations, and as you saw, in the midst of all that, the Cool Shirt, $500, and I tell you what, there's no question about it. It's been a long-time sponsor, the Cool Shirt, and obviously that's what they do to keep them cool during the race. So let's take a look at what gave the Cool Shirt Systems move of the race, and it was, of course, Keith Grant. You just saw him getting awarded with the $500, but it was basically his inexperience that led him to get the Cool Shirt move, because third place in his first race of the year, having done a couple last year, but this was an immaculate performance by Keith Grant. We've heard of all Richard and the other Grant's exploits in Trans Am, but Keith has just joined the fold, and he, without doubt, does our Cool Shirt Systems move of the race. Now, of course, we saw highlights of the TA action, so let's turn our attention now to the other three categories. That, of course, is XGT, SGT, and GT, and take a look at the highlights. Plenty of action once again in this, and once again, Wally Dollenbach leading in the Masters. Randy Hale doing a very good job in the Porsche, having to deal with safety cars. problems for Pierce in the 26. He was out of contention. Lee Saunders in SGT was flying. And in XGT, it was also a good battle that went all the way to the finish. But no stopping. The Audi's Attaway going good, but it was the Mercedes, the number 42 Bennett Mercedes of Bridge Hall's Danny Lowry taking victory in XGT. And don't forget, MAV TV, our new TV partner for this year here in the States, is going to be on prime time each and every Thursday of race weekends post. So Thursday, March 2nd, you'll be able to see at 8 p.m. Eastern all the action from TA2, and that was a cracking race. And what you've just watched and witnessed here, you'll be able to see at 9 p.m. Eastern on the same day. That's March 2nd, coming up this Thursday night on MAV TV, our new home for Trans Am. Well, it's been a great weekend. It's been perfect weather and a great way to start off 2023. Announcements all around. We've got MAV TV. Greenlight have got another contract to continue to bring you these great pictures throughout the season. We're looking forward to that. My thanks to Joe Stevens, to Adam Andretti, and to all the commentators who came up and helped us out throughout the weekend. We'll be back in just 2 weeks' time when we head to NOLA, where we also add the other Pirelli Holdings piece of property, and of course that is F4 and FR. Looking forward to that. We'll also have SVRA and Trans Am as they head to their second round. It's been a great weekend. Rafa Matos gets his third win in a row in TA2, and Matthew Brabham wins 4 out of the 6 races he's ever done in TA. 2 great names, 2 great races. You can see more of it on MAV TV, but from me, Jonathan Green. Until next time, goodbye for now.
Desire. For 160 years, Motul has helped engines and drivers go faster, further, and stronger. Tested in the heat of battle, driven with passion, with one aim: to give you superior powertrain protection and performance. Motul.
Hungry for SVRA action? Well, the best way to enjoy classic auto racing is with a delicious classic from Mission Foods. Green flag your race-watching snacks with Mission's mouth-watering race day recipes. Try some of our tasty tacos, piled high nachos, fresh chips with guac, and more. So gear up your ride and fuel up those stomachs with delicious Mission Foods. Now that's too fast, too tasty.
You've got a business to run, big and heavy products to ship, and customers who need them now. When you've got the right driver and the right equipment, you can bet on a spectacular result. Bennett understands complex logistics and puts the best team, the most time, and the latest technology into every customer relationship. So you can sit back, relax, and enjoy the race. Let us handle the rest.
Together, we can move anything.